Thank you for coming. I would like to introduce to all of you Nigamant Sridhar, who has generously given his time this morning to us and be here to open our Blue Economy Conference.
Thank you, Molly, and good morning to everybody. This is a fantastic event. My name is Nigamant Sridhar. I serve as Provost, Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs at Cleveland State. This is so first of all, before I even get started, I have to let you know that I'm only here for a flyby, right? I'm literally here for these remarks and then I have to be gone. But last night I was reviewing the conference and getting ready for this morning, and I'm like, why am I not here for the whole day? Because I have to go run another workshop for all of our academic leadership in another building over here. But this is the kind of work that we are best at, right? Cleveland State University is for those of you that aren't immersed in higher ed parlance, what we call ourselves a regional public university. And the focus is on the region, right? We are a research university, and a majority of our research is focused in this region of Northeast Ohio. The kinds of research that our faculties and students work on is research that directly impacts the communities right around us. And this conference and the topics that you all are going to be talking about for the rest of the day is just a stellar and classic example of the kind of work this is. About 6 weeks ago, I was in Flint, Michigan, speaking at a conference where there were about 15 other institutions just like us, right? This was a conference that the Brookings Institution organized, bringing together a bunch of institutions like us that had a regional focus, that spoke about research that had direct impact on the people immediately surrounding us, and it's just when you think about, again, in the higher ed parlance, the gold standard for research institutions are what are called R1 institutions that produce a large number of doctoral students and that get the overwhelming share of federal research funding and things like that, and they serve a different purpose, right? The kind of research that you see at an Ohio State University or at a Case Western Reserve University or at the University of Michigan is significantly different from the kind of research that you see at a Cleveland State, right? And we are just incredibly proud of this work that the Center for Economic Development has been doing since 1985. This center was established in 1985 and has been continuously supported by funding from both the state as well as from the federal government, and has had a significant impact in our region and in the state, right? So I'll give you just a couple examples of work that's been happening. Most recently, the center just published a report about NASA Glenn's impact. And there's this $2 billion impact with 9,000 jobs in the region, right? Again, very often we forget that we are one of a handful of federal facilities right here, right? 20 minutes away, and is having an incredible impact on the national economy. The center also just finished a research report funded by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation that focused on middle neighborhoods across the country and the dynamics that contribute towards their success and stability. One of the outputs of this work is this interactive mapping tool that actually looks at every one of nearly 67,000 neighborhoods in the study area. I want to also talk about our role as an institution, right, as a university, and my perspective with respect to these kinds of research centers. My perspective for every one of our research centers is that we have to be translating what we do in the research into the classroom, right? Again, if we're talking about the regional economy, if we're talking about our role as a regional public research university, everything that we do in terms of research has to go into the classroom, because 85% of our graduates remain and work in this area 10 years after graduation, right? This is our primary product, right? The people that we deliver to the community as graduates from Cleveland State that work in various parts of the various sectors across Northeast Ohio is our primary product, right? And as such, the translation of everything that we do in the research realm into the classroom is of utmost importance. So one example of this center's work is a translation that's led by one of our professors in the Levin School, Nick Zingali, as well as 10 other professors from across campus in developing and delivering a graduate certificate that we're calling Society 5.0, right? That looks at the interface between public policy, public administration, and technology, right? And how these things come together, and how is public policy driven and guided by technology, and how do we not let technology run amok? So another example of this kind of work is a series of interdisciplinary undergraduate majors that we're working on, which will launch next year. There's 21 of these. One of them is computer science and ethics. Right? Can you think of what the world would look like if the people that designed our social media enterprises now actually had spent a little bit of time thinking about how that technology actually interplayed with people's lives, right? It could have been different. So that is our DNA, right? That is our primary mission, which is to celebrate and support research, but also pay close attention to not just do the research for research's sake, but then translate that into the classroom and include it in our undergraduate core curriculum, right? Not just saying that, if you're a doctoral student, you can study these topics, but like, why does a communication major need to understand the importance of what it means to sit on the shores of 20% of the world's fresh water, right? That's it's a significant thing for every single person to be learning about and studying about. So I'm not going to take too much more of your time. I'm here to welcome you to Cleveland State. Thank you for being here. I want to recognize Molly Schnook, the director of our Center for Economic Development, who is going to shepherd you for the rest of the day. And I look forward to hearing from Molly afterwards about how the day went. And with that, thank you all for being here and welcome.
So thank you, everyone, and thank you, Provost Sridhar, for being here today. And as was mentioned in those opening remarks, one of the things that we hope to get out of today is continued partnership with community on the topics that we're going to discuss today, and how can your organizations and the work that you do interface and connect with what we do here at Cleveland State. And as part of that, I would like to introduce to you now one of today's partners and collaborators and friend of both the center, the college, and the university. Our primary partner here today from the Cleveland Water Alliance, President and Executive Director of the Water Alliance, Brian Stubbs.
So, welcome. It's kind of, as I look at a couple old friends, Wendy Kellogg, that have been with us over this last 9+ years in trying to develop and successfully developing this idea of a freshwater economy for Cleveland. Some data points. The water economy here is creating more jobs in biohealth, more jobs in advanced manufacturing, more jobs in additive manufacturing. And Negamuth hit on, some of those key points of, we sit on 20% of the world's fresh surface water. We have this really interesting history with a burning river, a Great Lake once called dead, no longer the case for either. And out of that came this aha eureka moment. There was all of these companies, this economy being built around treating water, providing drinking water. We've had utilities that have been leaders nationally. I see Rob from Avon Lake Regional Waters here. Avon Lake's always been ahead of the game over the last couple decades, and it's impressive. Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District and what Kyle over there is doing is impressive. So I just wanted to, one, welcome everybody. Two, we use and throw around this term blue economy. I think we want your help in probably better defining that at the end of the day. We call it the water economy, not the blue economy. It's the freshwater economy. It puts a little difference between what we are building here on the Great Lakes versus coastal. And I'll note the EDA 3 years ago did a call out for blue economy innovation through their Build to Scale program, and it was called out for the blue economy. 7 awardees out of I think 480 some applications. 6 of those 7 coastal, 1 freshwater, and that was here in Cleveland. And I think that really validates what the data told us and allowed us to also start building up what you're going to hear about today is our test beds. Our ability to bring global technologies into Cleveland, trial them, improve them, and get them ready to go to the market. So first and foremost, thanks Molly, thanks Cleveland State, just been a great partner along with Case Western, 2 of our founding members at the Cleveland Water Alliance. If you don't know much about us, please go to the website, sign up for our newsletter, get into our social media. We're building something here that's pretty special, and that little EDA grant of $600K 2.5 years ago now has been leveraged to about $16 million in building out these assets. And at lunch today, just really take it all in because we're going to be talking big data and data of the opportunity. And I'm going to leave you with 1 point of reference. The growth rates for the water industry is significant. When I start bringing down the sectors and the subsectors, and when we look at digital water, significant, over an 8% compounded annual growth rate. When I look at smart water, 11%. When I look at smart water in the home, up to 17% annualized growth rates. Who do we have here? We have Moen, the biggest faucet fixture brand by volume in the world. What are they working on there in their skunk works in their basement in North Olmsted? It's all smart water systems for the home. What are they going to need bringing this home? We need STEM educated students. We need engineers like you would not believe. We can't get those positions filled right now. So just bringing this full circle, it's an entire life cycle of water. Whether it's water in, water out, water in the home, industrial water, it's going to drive this economy if we do this right. It's going to be a destination for this region if we do it right. And we're already seeing that growth in terms of federal investment dollars beyond infrastructure. So have fun today, and again, just thank you for being here. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian, for those remarks. So as we welcome everybody here today and we gather to get a better understanding of the importance of water to Ohio's overall economic growth and what is currently taking place as our state positions itself to be a leader in the blue economy, we want to talk today about aspects of innovation and research, of workforce and talent development, issues that are related to infrastructure. We want to talk about what water means to overall quality of life, to the physical development of the region and Ohio, to educating our students, to what the university can do to help drive this. So I hope that's what you get out of today. I think that we have some impressive and exciting panels for you today and speakers. Today's program is being live streamed on our YouTube channel, where it will also be recorded and archived for not only other organizations to watch and learn, but as our provost indicated, for faculty across the university to implement in their classrooms, to engage their students in this topic as well. So I hope that you will check out the Levin College YouTube channel after this conference. 2022 was the first year that the Center for Economic Development hosted the Cippo conference. And when we were conceiving of Cippo and what to name it, the intent of connecting innovation, policy, and practice in the state of Ohio really stood out for us. And so rather strange acronym for the name of it, but I think it's very telling to what the college, the history, and the culture of the college is, as well as what many of the goals of the programs and research that the center conducts are, which is connection to community. And also, this year, as we were thinking about what we wanted to do for the Cippo conference, the idea of the blue economy and water seemed right. It seemed like the right topic at the right time. It can't be lost on any of us that we sit on, the largest freshwater resource in the world. I think it's certainly not lost on folks that don't have that in their communities. And whether that's places like Arizona in the Southwest that have recently determined there's not even enough groundwater for all of the future housing constructions that even has been planned and has already been approved in places like the Phoenix area, and that they will now stop some developers from building new subdivisions. So you think of one of the fastest growing metropolitan areas in the country for over a decade now, and they're running out of water. This is a sign of trouble not just in the American West, but also in other places where overuse, drought, and climate change are stressing water supplies. Beyond that, I was scrolling through news like I normally do, and New York Times piece titled 5 Takeaways from Our Investigation into America's Groundwater Crisis. That piece said that overpumping is a threat to America's status as a food superpower. So beyond residents running out of water, agriculture, and our own ability to feed our population, Ohio is a significant producer of food, not just for the state. Agriculture is a big industry in this state. There is going to be a point at which our capacity and ability to continue that is going to come into question. Never mind that there will be parts of the US that will run out of drinking water. And where will people decide to live as a result? Could Ohio, Northeast Ohio, become a significantly more attractive place simply because of our water resources? And if we do not begin to strategically address those, from Lake Erie to underground wells and groundwater, rivers and streams across all of the watersheds in this state, and think about it, very considered way about how we use our water, we are going to be left behind the curve, and somebody else is going to decide it for us. Whether that's small individual communities, industry, I think that the state of Ohio, we are now in a place nationally and globally where we have to think about water and its intersection across every aspect of economic growth, community development, quality of life. So Ohio has all of the pieces to be a leader in driving this blue economy. Again, not just nationally, but globally. And now is the right time for Ohio to be deepening its role in leading this. I would like to thank all of the speakers who've taken their time out of their day to be here with us. I would especially like to thank our partners and friends who helped the center put today's program together. This includes Brian Stubbs and the Cleveland Water Alliance, Andy Thomas and the Levin's Energy Policy Center, Jim Samuel and the Ohio Water Partnership, Dr. Wendy Kellogg, a professor here in the Levin College. I would also like to thank NOACA for their support of the Center for Economic Development and being a collaborator with them in working to implement the newly approved Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy and driving economic development and growth for the region. So I don't know if Grace is here with us yet. We may shift the agenda a little bit here today. So I would like, is Grace here yet, or are we still waiting on her? I heard that there is a very large accident and traffic delay coming up 77, so that might be the case. So if none of you mind, I'm going to adjust our agenda for today and have Mark Henning, who is a research associate at the Energy Policy Center here at Levin, present. Mark has co-authored studies on microgrids, energy storage systems, Ohio's hydrocarbon development, and sustainable transportation. I always like when I get to say this, that someone is a graduate of our college and CSU. So Mark graduated from Cleveland State with a bachelor's degree in economics, received his MS in mathematics, and also his master's in public administration with a focus in public finance and management from our college in 2018. Today, Mark is going to share with us a new project that he and the center have been working on. The project works to demonstrate the climate and environmental advantages of the region in a way that attracts and retains businesses, usable information that must be shared to facilitate risk-informed decision-making. A team comprised of stakeholders from Cuyahoga County, the Cleveland Water Alliance, and Cleveland State University worked to identify relative costs to business associated with environmental risks such as drought, wildfires, and hurricanes. This team of stakeholders has produced an early-stage prototype of a mapping tool to assess the relative cost to business that Mark will demonstrate for us now.
Good morning, everyone. Good to have everyone here today. As Molly mentioned, I'm Mark Henning. I do research here at Levin College's Energy Policy Center. And what I will go over today is a prototype of a climate risk tool that resulted from a collaboration between our center, Cuyahoga County's Department of Sustainability, the Cleveland Water Alliance, who is here today, the Cleveland Foundation, and the environmental disclosure nonprofit CDP, formerly known as the Carbon Disclosure Project. And so they collect data on emissions from both private sector and public sector members. And so, the aim of this project has been to develop a model or a tool for characterizing climate risk to businesses and how this risk can vary regionally, with a focus on primary use by business and industry stakeholders, with additional potential use by public agencies and policymakers. So given this focus, the goal of the tool is to articulate how a range of business-related costs respond to natural hazards. For example, how water costs may vary from region to region due to drought susceptibility, or similarly how costs for things such as power and insurance are affected by uncertainty in their supply. For instance, we see in states such as California and Florida where it's becoming difficult to purchase insurance at any price because the providers are moving out of state. So what I will go over today is a first stage pilot of this vision in the form of an online mapping tool. So far, we have gathered data on the frequency of 5 different types of natural hazard events and qualitatively assess the impacts or damages that companies are exposed to from their occurrence and how this can vary regionally. Our next step, what you would call 2.0 of this tool, would be to include event data for additional natural hazards and to incorporate these metrics into the tool that, based on feedback from companies we've interviewed, will quantify the resulting impacts in a way that is useful to them. In developing this tool, we look to existing tools such as FEMA's National Risk Index, which estimates expected annual losses by county for different types of natural hazards. Like FEMA's tool, we aim to incorporate highly credible data on the incidence of natural hazards from sources such as the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, as well as other federal agencies such as NASA. Tools such as FEMA's National Risk Index and their Hazard US program, however, are rather static in their use of data, no more recent than the late 2010s, even though the latest raw data, underlying source data, is updated more frequently, often weekly or monthly. Additionally, all of the publicly available tools, such as these, are aimed at general community-wide damage assessments, where all damage inflicted to private property and public infrastructure in the event of a hazard are all lumped together. There are proprietary catastrophe and natural hazard models available that estimate climate-related risk to business, but their methodologies are not made explicit, and based on demonstrations we've seen, their price tag can run into the tens of thousands of dollars. So with our tool, we are attempting to, again, describe the full range of potential business-related impacts and to transparently quantify these impacts, how they vary regionally, through an open source platform that falls somewhere in between the high-level community-wide overview of existing public-facing tools and the proprietary, albeit costly or customized tools that are available on the market. And so with that, I will bring up the mapping tool, which is available right now. And you can, I can send this link around to anyone who's interested because the tool is live right now online. And so I'm going to go over the data or the hazards data for which we've gathered so far. And so we've looked at 5 natural hazards based on the ability to easily, efficiently collect and process this data. And so what we're looking at right now, as we see the map layers on the upper left-hand side of the screen here we're looking at drought, flood, heat wave, hurricanes, and wildfires. And also I'll go over CDP reporting as a mitigating factor when it comes to climate-related business risk. So we gathered data at the county level. See if I can zoom in here. And so for drought, we gathered data from the U.S. Drought Monitor, which is a collaboration between NOAA and the National Drought Mitigation Center, with the data going back to the U.S. Drought Monitor defines 5 levels of drought according to metrics that correspond with impact or severity. And so what we see as the legend outlines in the lower left-hand side is the most intense level of drought that a given county is regularly susceptible to on an annual basis. For example, let's see, some of the darkest shaded counties every year experience about 8 to 9 weeks of extreme or exceptional drought, which is associated with the costliest economic impacts, which these impacts, part of this process is just defining categories of impacts, which is what we see on the right-hand side, this feature info pane that outlines some of the impacts that regions are susceptible to when they experience these levels of drought risk. So, some of these costs in the counties that are susceptible to exceptional and extreme drought can include, not only significantly higher costs for water as a manufacturing input, but also higher power costs and reduced power availability, especially in areas dependent on hydroelectric power, such as the Southwest around Lake Mead and Hoover Dam. We also gathered data for flooding. For this data, or for this map layer, we gathered data from the First Street Foundation, which is a collaboration between, it's nearly 200 university researchers from across the U.S. And among the users of this data are companies such as Realtor.com. They've integrated this data into their online tool for helping residential property buyers better understand flood risk. So the First Street Group models flood risk based on data that is updated annually from sources such as NOAA, FEMA, and the U.S. Geological Survey. And so what we have mapped here, maybe select one of these dark red counties. What we've mapped here is the extent of property exposure to what is classified as severe or extreme flooding. So these look along the Gulf Coast, these counties have a very high exposure to extreme or severe flooding. And so what severe or extreme flooding can mean for properties exposed to that level of flood risk, for one thing, there's a greater than 50% chance of at least 1 foot of flooding sometime in the next 30 years and a greater than 25% chance of at least 2 feet of flooding over this time frame. So, selecting a county such as these in Louisiana with a very high percentage of properties exposed to this level of flood risk, we see on the right-hand side, some of the associated impacts or costs include, as you might expect, compromised infrastructure such as roads and bridges being washed out, reduced workforce availability, operational days lost, and significant decreases in the quality of water that would otherwise be used as a manufacturing input. We see that a high prevalence for this level of flood risk is found not only along the coast, such as the Gulf Coast, but also farther inland, especially in parts of Appalachia that are prone to flash floods due to the region's topography. We also gathered data for heat waves. We gathered this data from the Centers for Disease Control. It originates from an air temperature database that is maintained by NOAA and NASA, and it's updated monthly. It goes back more than 30 years. What we have mapped here are the average annual number of extreme heat days per county. And these are the number of days a temperature threshold is exceeded for a prolonged period of time. The most common temperature thresholds are 90, 95, and 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And so what we mapped here, just for demonstration purposes, are days for which a temperature threshold of 90 degrees was exceeded. So for counties such as these, in Texas, that experience a very high number of extreme heat days, some of the economic consequences on the right-hand side in the feature info pane can include significantly increased HVAC needs for cooling, and as a result, increased power costs, the loss of raw materials or end products due to spoilage, and possibly a decrease in worker productivity and availability due to heat-related health issues. For hurricanes, hurricane data is so complex, and part of this process is just putting something together, presenting it to businesses, and to ask them, does this make sense? Is this useful? Because like hurricane data in particular is so, there's such an abundance of that data, and part of the process is figuring out, to the end user, how is the presentation of that data useful? So for this first effort, we gathered data from NOAA. Every 2 weeks, they release information on the paths of hurricanes, including snapshots of the radius of hurricanes in 3-hour increments. And this kind of data goes back more than 20 years. And so what we mapped here are if I select on a county, let's say in Florida, we mapped the average annual hours that counties are exposed to hurricane force winds. These are at least hurricane level 1 winds. We have not differentiated yet between hurricane levels 1 through 5. But so these are the number of hours on average annually that a given county experiences hurricane force winds. So for counties that are exposed to hurricanes most frequently, some of the impacts can include major damage to equipment and facilities, significant supply chain disruptions, loss of access to public infrastructure, and in the case of chemical companies, such as was seen with Hurricane Harvey back in 2017 along the Gulf Coast, increased likelihood of leaks and discharges, which can result in greater exposure to fines and legal risk. And finally, as far as mapping natural hazards, we also gathered data and mapped it for wildfires. This came from the National Interagency Fire Center, which is a collaboration between a number of federal agencies and departments such as the Department of the Interior, NOAA, and the U.S. Forest Service. Highlight some of these counties in California. So the data on the frequency and extent of wildfires is updated daily, and it goes back more than 20 years. Very high temporal resolution. So what we mapped here is the percentage of a county's land area that is exposed to wildfires annually on average. And so, some of these counties in California, upwards of 10% of their land area is exposed to wildfires on average. So for areas with the highest prevalence of wildfires, such as parts of California, some of the costs associated with this exposure can include significant damage, especially to sensitive electronic equipment due to smoke-related corrosion, operational days lost due to evacuations, increased workers' comp fees and payouts, and the catastrophic loss of both raw materials and facilities. We also mapped, or we included a layer showing the prevalence of climate reporting to CDP by local governments, because community planning to cope with natural hazards and adapt to changing conditions can have a mitigating effect on climate-related business risks. As outlined in FEMA's hazard mitigation action plan. This can include things like microgrids for hardening electrical infrastructure, or for wildfires. It can include developing biomass plants to generate electricity from forest material die-off that would otherwise fuel wildfires. So what we see here in the tan-colored counties would be the presence of reporting to CDP by cities and other local jurisdictions in response to CDP's annual Cities, States, and Regions questionnaire. We also see in neon green here areas where local governments have adopted climate action plans. So for instance, here in Cuyahoga County, and Cuyahoga County is one of the few county governments that has adopted a climate action plan. Most of these other neon green counties, it's actually cities within those counties that have adopted climate action plans, such as parts of Florida, like Miami, for instance. So we've demonstrated this tool to 5 large companies so far from throughout the U.S. CDP was instrumental in setting up these interviews where we demonstrated the tool to them, asked them what they thought. Industries or companies from industries ranging from chemical manufacturing to metal processing, they've all expressed a strong interest in remaining engaged as we build this tool out, because such a tool, once it's fully developed, it would be very useful to them in assessing climate-related risks. So some of the ongoing development will include, obviously, the incorporation of additional hazard layers, especially based on the feedback that we've gotten, layers for tornadoes, cold waves, and heavy rainfall that isn't necessarily associated with floods or hurricanes. It would also include arriving at some measure of the impact from these kinds of events, not only reflecting the replacement value of damage or destroyed physical assets, but also the foregone economic flows resulting from business interruption, including damage to intangible assets such as goodwill. So that's where we currently are with the prototype for our tool. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions. Yes?
Does this kind of climate risk pool exist for residential homes? So I think we're trying to get at is like, what is the cost of a power outage to a particular person based on their economic status or?
I think I mentioned the First Street Foundation. If you do a search for them, they have some free tools with that are somewhat limited, but you're more likely to see something that's free and available on the residential side. So I believe you can look at not even just the county, but even maybe more local, like what are the consequences of a flood event. Flooding in particular, they're branching out to other kinds of natural hazards, but that sticks out. If you were to find anything for modeling climate-related risk to residential properties, I think it would be that First Street Foundation. What's it? Oh, I'm sorry, First Street Foundation. That's like a number of researchers from like University of Michigan, Stanford, Harvard. Hundreds of researchers have come together to develop their own method and a suite of tools, some of which require a fee and some of which are free. Yeah.
So most of your maps had Ohio with very little coloring.
Right.
Is that a lack of data from us that we need to help with, or is that, hey, everybody, come invest in Ohio?
I think that's part of the story is that, I guess I refer to it as like Ohio being kind of climate benign. It doesn't experience as much of the extreme weather or the variation in different kinds of weather that other states do. So I mean the data is there. It's not a matter of missing data. It's just the lack of extreme weather events, and that Northeast Ohio is favorable and it has an advantage in that regard.
Good morning. I'm just curious what data were gathered in Hawaii with the Maui experience and all that.
We hate to admit it, but we did not collect data for Alaska and Hawaii. We only focused initially on the contiguous U.S. Yes, Craig.
Mark, what about tornado data? So
That-
speaking about Ohio and
that-
risk in terms of hurricanes.
Yeah, that would be like the next layer and based that we would incorporate the very first layer we would incorporate next. I just recall the data for that not being as easily accessible as some of the other data, such as hurricanes. But that was one of when we spoke with companies, especially those with a Midwest presence, it was like, well, what about tornadoes or straight line winds? And so that would be next on our agenda.
Good, thank you.
So Mark, have you presented this information to, like Moody's and Fitch or S&P?
We didn't present it to them when we were developing it. We spoke with Moody's and S&P, I think both of them, and I think they're still even in the early stages themselves on especially figuring out how to assess the economic impact of weather events. So we spoke with them, and yeah, we were sort of, some of the data they rely on, some of their models for, is EB here from EB Holst? Oh, she's not here yet. She could answer this question better than I could. But because there was I think it was either the flood model or the drought model that I think it was Moody's relies on, did not fit with her experience as an expert in water use and drought susceptibility. So we had some uncertainty about the data they're relying on.
Thanks, Mark. You might not want to divulge your funding, but I'm thinking more longer term. One of the points about climate change is that it's causing change. Yeah. So what is the plan for updating your models? And are you confident that the data sets that you're getting, and it seems like from a good cross-section, are they going to be updated adequately to help you build the model as time goes forward?
Yeah, I think the next step would be develop like an API so that we can automatically download that data, because this is static too, the data underlying this. It's from late 2022, but one of the next steps would be just to automate that download process. And all the federal agencies have set up that sort of interface so you can update it frequently. I think one of the uncertainties also is, okay, how do we, this is retrospective. We didn't do any sort of projecting or forecasting. And so we just want to be more cautious on making sure we adopted, a widely accepted and thoroughly vetted model before we included anything that would be forward-looking. But as far as the data collection, I think that would be all the layers you see here and all the layers we would think about including. That data is updated, again, it's like monthly, sometimes weekly, no later than annually, but we could automate that process through an API. Yeah. All right, well, yeah, if you have any questions, please say hello, and I'll be around here all day. Thank you very much.
So, thank you, Mark, for that presentation. Now I would like to introduce you to Grace Gallucci, who is the Executive Director and CEO of the Northeast Ohio Area-Wide Coordinating Agency that we affectionately always just call NOACA. Grace has been the Executive Director since 2012. She also has served as an adjunct professor and lecturer at both the undergraduate and graduate levels at Northwestern University, McCormick School of Engineering, the University of Illinois at Chicago, Kent State University's Department of Political Science, and here at the Levin College. She was Deputy Executive Director and Chief Financial Officer for the Regional Transportation Authority of Northeastern Illinois in Chicago, and spent 15 years with Greater Cleveland RTA. Again, I always love saying this. She earned a Master of Science in Urban Studies from Levin here in 2004. I can't tell you how fulfilling it is to be able to introduce our alum at these programs with all of the great work they're doing, and most importantly, their continued engagement and partnership with the college and the university. We are proud to have her here today as one of our alumni and grateful for her time in sharing the comprehensive economic development strategy.
Thank you, Molly. Good morning. So happy to be here. Participating in a conference on economic development because we've really just kind of started dipping our toe into the water on this. So NOACA As many of you may or may not know, we're the regional planning organization for Greater Cleveland. So we represent 2.1 million people, 5 counties, and we are governed by a 48-member board. And in fact, I have a former board president in our audience, Armin Budish, former county executive for Cuyahoga County. So what do we plan for? Transportation, environment, and economic development. As a metropolitan planning organization, we primarily focus on transportation planning and programming, but when you think of transportation, it's never about going from point A to point B all by itself, right? There's no reason to go there unless you have things to do at point A, point B. Where do you start? Where do you go? So as part of that, we've always focused on jobs, workforce. We focused on land use. We focused on housing, health, in terms of the entire planning. And so transportation, although our biggest, has always been a little bit more comprehensive relative to planning. We also have environmental responsibilities focused on water quality and air quality, and particularly with the air quality, we now are the lead for the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Program. So we just received that designation August 1st, spurred from our air quality responsibilities though. And then economic development. So we're leading the CEDS, which is, the process is complete. We've received approval for the CEDS, but the Economic Development District is still in progress. So how do we determine, because one of our main functions as a planning agency, we plan for things, then we have some funding of our own. We have about $75 million a year that we get to invest in projects, capital projects. And what helps us determine how to spend that? Well, we have plans. We've always used our long-range plan. Our current one is ENEO 2050, an equitable plan for Northeast Ohio. And now we have the comprehensive economic development strategy that helps us guide our investments, even if they're not coming from EDA. So most of the funding that we get is from USDOT. But USDOT projects can have huge economic impact. Therefore, we do use the long-range plan and now layering in the CEDS to help us spend that money. The CEDS process and the CEDS plan, we began this a couple of years ago, and as you all know, I don't need to spend too much time on this. The EDA considers a cornerstone of their programs in terms of being able to access billions of dollars. So it is a locally based, regionally driven economic development process to help us build capacity of the public and private sectors to work together. And it's the objective really is to maximize the economic development potential of the region. Our vision statement, NOACA will strengthen regional cohesion, preserve existing infrastructure, build a sustainable multimodal transportation system to support economic development and enhance quality of life. So we focus on the economic development part, both in the why do we do this to support economic development, as well as strengthen regional cohesion. Under the economic development, we have in our board adopted regional strategic plan that priority and other preferences are given to projects that provide for the mobility of goods and services. Why? For economic vitality. Projects that are consistent with state and local policies and priority strategies. Support the retention and expansion of businesses, attract new businesses, and support the development of the region's manufacturing base, healthcare system, and other areas of economic strength. This was adopted in 2015 before we had the CEDS adopted, so it has been part of our DNA. We also ensure that the board has a business advisory council that provides advice to them on issues. And we have in there a goal of promoting regional cooperation in the areas of economic development, job retention, and directing those investments for actions to create job opportunities. So the Economic Development District I mentioned is in process. We started this off by reaching out to EDA to get a grant to develop the SEDS, and then with that comprehensive economic development strategy in hand, we are now able to move forward with unlocking all of those dollars, really focusing on prioritizing our regional goals and strategies, power innovation, which I know is in the title of today's conference, and create and retain jobs. We started this in 2021. Nothing happens in government quickly, right? So this has been going on for 2.5 years. But in 2021, our board adopted a resolution that established our agency's support for our role to lead the economic development sector in our region by developing a SEDS. In June 2022, a year later, we had completed the document and the board adopted a resolution to approve it and submit it to EDA. Also to establish an economic development subcommittee, which Molly is a member. And then in 23 of September, tomorrow actually, our board will be adopting a charter and membership for that economic development subcommittee, and they will have their very first meeting in a couple of weeks. So we are well on our way, and then by the end of the year, we will have submitted our application for an economic development district. So that takes us to water quality planning and the blue economy. The blue economy, don't have to tell you, is very important to the region, which is why it's significant to NOACA, and we are the region's leading water quality agency, and so we address a number of issues around water, particularly municipal wastewater treatment issues and non-point source pollution management and controls. We help address water pollution and restore water quality. We also try to ensure the quality of the watershed, rivers, and other major bodies of water, particularly Lake Erie, that is critical to the health and economy of the region. And that's one of the reasons we wanted to undertake the designation as an EDD, and we'll keep working on that. And I love that little graphic. That little graphic, if you're wondering, comes from the World Bank. And this morning when I was looking through my slides, I tried to remember where I got that from. And I thought, well, I think it's one of those agencies, federal or national or international agencies, that whenever I reference them, I get accused of being a communist. So I will state here and now, I am not a communist, and I am not a Marxist because I support the World Bank's work. So. And I sort of say that tongue-in-cheek, but for those of you that have been around in the Cleveland area, know that that's a little bit of there's some friction around that. So what is the SEDS and how does it connect to water? Water specifically is one of the 17 key focus areas in the SEDS plan. So we have focus areas that include manufacturing, access to broadband, workforce, and other key economic development issues. Water is one of them. And that's the continued coordination and funding of regional wastewater and other agencies, supporting ports and river facilities, and supporting the role of water in manufacturing and other industries. Specifically, we're saying water resource goals are sustainable, well-maintained resource, keeping water that sustainable, well-maintained resource, and supporting the lake as a growing economic development opportunity. And the specific strategies, outcomes, and partners are listed in the document. And when we think about a primary aspect of the blue economy, we look at a new blue workforce. So we've spent a lot of time thinking about it and working on inclusion into the SEDS plan, and now really focusing on what does that look like in a district. And the blue workforce would be centered on water-related industries, from energy to goods movement to shipbuilding and repair. So we would hope that as an EDD, and even without the EDD designation, but with the SEDS plan, the EDA and other agencies can help us to fund new workforce development initiatives related to waterborne industries. We can talk about vibrant river and lakefront systems that'll spur development, arts, culture, and entertainment. Those are included in the SEDS plan and include examples that we've already done, such as Towpath Trail, Sunset Park, and Lakeview Beach. In many ways, the development of the SEDS helped us to realize we're already doing a lot of the functions around economic development as a metropolitan planning organization and as an area-wide relative to water quality. And I didn't mention the area-wide designation, but we are designated by the governor as an area-wide, and an area-wide means that we are responsible for water quality per the 208 plan. So US EPA designates that to the state designates that to us. And so we've been involved in that since nearly our inception, and now this helps us take it to another level. We really want to ensure that the lake and riverfronts are vibrant. There are a couple of major projects under development in the city of Cleveland, particularly around Cuyahoga River, and that's the Bedrock property. Essentially, the part of Tower City that is, between the river and the, what do they call the basketball? It's an arena. Yes, an arena. Rocket, although I think they call it a field house, right? Rocket Mortgage Field House now. But they've got a literally billion-dollar plan for development on the river that is multi-use. We also have an emerging downtown lakefront master plan that's looking at, first and foremost, expanded access to the public, but then also looking at it from economic development perspective of, again, mixed use in the downtown area and maximizing that proximity to the lakefront. And then, of course, we have the ports and river systems that will enhance and distribute goods. The Port of Cleveland, we just invested, we being NOACA, invested $25 million of our transportation funds into the port's facility, if you call the river the facility. So that is a federal waterway, and we were able to use our funds to literally shore up the riverfront. And we used as justification the idea that if the hillside would fail and collapse into the river, that would really prohibit, curtail about $4 billion worth of economic activity annually. And so we were able to secure some grants, and NOACA board essentially provided their own match to that of a one-for-one about. So what else is a vision of a blue future in Northeast Ohio? Water as a tool for development, encouraging new and existing businesses to grow, and thinking about water in a prosperous region as an attractor for climate refugees from more arid parts of the country. So when we talk about leveraging the waterways, the Lake Erie ports provide access to the Atlantic Ocean. It's the shortest route to Europe and Canada. We currently have ships that leave regularly from the Port of Cleveland to go to Antwerp in the Netherlands. We have river terminals that provide Ohio businesses with access to the Gulf and Pacific Ocean via the Panama Canal. We have waterborne freight that provides Ohio industry very cost-effective access to global and domestic markets. So you've got raw materials coming in, we make things, and then we ship them out. And that's done through waterways. We move tons of freight, tons more freight than trucks or rail. And the Port of Cleveland is, at this time, the only container port on the Great Lakes with biweekly service to Antwerp. We, in partnership, we being the United States in partnership with the Canadian governments, did announce a green shipping corridor initiative for the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence Seaway, which will spur that investment and innovation. Our green port with a green shipping system will help us to attract investment and win cargo. Again, another one of the things that we did even prior to developing the SEDS is we funded new equipment for the port in terms of the cranes. So the old cranes were from the 80s, and they I guess they operated with diesel that really polluted the air. And so part of our air quality transportation funding, we funded new cranes so they could be more efficient in terms of how they load and unload, and at the same time put less pollution into the air and help us with our air quality and water quality functions. So when we talk about climate refuge, that's kind of a new thing, but we've all been saying it for a long time, right? We've all been saying one day water will be the new gold or new oil, and one day people are going to be coming back to the Great Lakes. The reason the Great Lakes developed the way it did was because of the waterways, and we see that redevelopment occurring. You know, we need to prepare for that climate migration. That is a little bit of a challenge, but on the other hand, we've already done a ton of things here in the Cleveland region. Back in the 60s, our first long-range plan for the region actually had projected about 1 million more people than we currently have. And so in some ways the system is overly built out. We've got a lot of excess capacity on the roadways. Well, with the climate refugees, we're prepared. So we've got our transportation system that absolutely can handle additional folks moving to the area. And we're particularly encouraged by some of the things we're hearing and seeing, although it's an unfortunate situation in those communities out west, but in many ways it allows us to say welcome. So to close this up, who has water, housing, and industrial sites and a history of leading the nation in economic development and expansion? It's kind of what I just said, right? We do. We can capture new jobs, industries, and growth while sustaining the environment and quality of life. So all of that is wrapped up into NOACA's vision statement. And, you know, the little sticker, from rust to resilience, what climate change means for Great Lakes cities, right? So we went from powerhouse to rust, resilience. We're going to come back to powerhouse as a result of the water. And just to close it up with, I'm sure you were talking about this all day, but Lake Erie contains a total of 127.6 trillion gallons of water, maximum depth of 210 feet. We still have issues with algae blooms and other kinds of pollution risks. However, according to the Nature Conservancy, we are now taking action in order to address those, to protect critical wildlife habitat, building capacity for nutrient filtration, and encouraging nature-friendly agriculture. So we're contributing to that clean water plan based on the development of our own water quality strategic plan. We adopted this in 2017 with 5 goals around keeping the water clean, keeping the water safe, and keeping the water in a way that makes it productive for us. And all of that might sound a little bit here and a little bit there and a little bit there, but as a former business major before I went into planning, it all adds up, right? So we have the bad parts that all add up when you've got transportation, runoff, wastewater, agriculture, housing. All of those can degrade our system, but on the other hand, working with partners, and particularly around using economic development and the development of our district and using the SEDS, we've recognized that the lake and the rivers have a significant part to play in our region, and we need to work together to enhance it, to utilize it, to protect it. And so that is where we are. Thank you very much.
Grace, you made an interesting statement about government moving slowly, and I think we all have experienced that in one way or another. My specific question has to do with FPAs, facility planning areas.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess, could you elaborate a little bit on how NOACA is attempting to make improvements to that process? For instance, if you have 2 FPAs and you have development that wants to take place in one FPA, but they have no infrastructure, the other FPA does.
Right.
A lot of times it becomes very political. That is a hindrance to the economic development. And even when both entities do agree on an FPA change, it still can take several months through the process with NOACA. Can you talk about if there are any plans to improve that?
Sure. First, before I do that, when I say government moves slow or not quickly, sometimes that's not a bad thing. We are a democracy in this country, and so democracy does take time. And as part of my teaching at Northwestern, I do teach a substantial number of international students, predominantly from China, and they just marvel at some of the things that we talk about in class, such as, you mean you have to go through a process for eminent domain? You mean you try to negotiate and you try to plan around things? You just show up one day in China and your house is gone. I mean, they tell you you pack up today and you're gone. So there are things that are very advantageous about a process that is democratic and that involves public engagement. That's usually what elongates the process, getting people together, building a consensus, and moving forward. Okay, so that being said, let's go to the 208 process, which is facility planning area boundaries. You know, we have the rule book, that's the 208. Can we make improvements to it? We always can. The challenging part is building a consensus. Even when there is a consensus, that might not always be the best thing for water quality. Might be the best thing for those two jurisdictions that have come to consensus on it, but is it the best thing for water quality? Maybe, maybe not, so we always have to study that even when there is consensus. And what does it look like when those jurisdictions are sort of articulating their desires for changes in the facility planning areas? For those of you that are not familiar with the facility planning areas, they're boundaries that essentially designate the facility planning agency that will treat the wastewater. And so it kind of determines where development can happen and not happen based on those. And so oftentimes when there is new development in the outer counties or the adjacent counties, it will end up in NOACA's court because you can't build new houses or new commercial endeavors without treating the wastewater, and then where that will be treated is determined in large part by those boundaries. And so there's a lot to it. Our board did add, I want to say this was probably 2015, 2016, maybe even 2017 as well, along with the regional plan for water, the regional strategic plan for water, added language around the evaluation of FPA boundaries, although primarily technical, engineering based. You know, it's about gravity. Where does the wastewater go? Where can it get to be treated? How do you do that in the simplest way and the least intrusive way? You know, that's what we kind of look for. But in that plan, we also said we need to look at the specific impact on development and sprawl, those being a long-term issue. And previously, that was not part of the 208 reviews. So that has actually, to your question, in many ways complicated it and elongated the review. That being said, one of the ways that we are addressing this is by developing more comprehensive plans up front, so trying to negotiate the boundaries for the FPA and get the communities, the counties particularly, to designate their development areas within the existing boundaries or to work with us to change those boundaries. And so therefore, there won't need to be the process of coming to NOACA to get an exception. You come to NOACA to get that exception, which means it doesn't work right now, you need a change. We're saying, let's flip that and say, rather than coming to us, we've come to you. You've told us where you're going to build. You've told us your development. We've concurred that it works with how we want to develop this region, and then you never have to come to us again. That's how we want to treat it.
I was curious whether your SEDS has a baseline of how Northeast Ohio is doing in embracing the blue economy or any of your other planning documents. I know we can always do better, but I'm just curious how we're doing right now.
So at this point, we have not yet begun to develop the performance metrics, so we don't have that information. That is part of what we are starting to do, particularly as part of the Economic Development Subcommittee that will meet the first time this month, as well as you can't be an Economic Development District without having those. So unfortunately, I don't have a whole lot to tell you on that, but we're working on it.
Hi, Grace.
Hello.
With first a quick comment, I think you and NOACA are doing a fabulous job. Please keep it up and protect us.
Thank you.
Bring us as much money, federal money, as you can into this region. My question is, you and Brian and Mark, I think, have all mentioned how important it is that our water can stimulate attracting businesses. But we have to protect that water and make sure it stays here. You were involved in the Great Lakes Compact discussions. There is, that's designed to protect us from our water disappearing to other states. It's not completely protective. In fact, I think it's got more holes than Swiss cheese, so that's an issue. And then even within Ohio, I think there's significant dangers to Northeast Ohio with places looking to take our money. Witness the Intel project down in Columbus, where they're already talking about the need for huge quantities of water and, you know, creating a giant straw to suck our water out to Columbus. So what can you do, and what kinds of discussions are going on to protect our water from being transferred elsewhere?
That's a great question. And, you know, when I was in Chicago, that was already a threat to Lake Michigan, where there were businesses coming in and trying to bottle the water or get a giant straw to suck it out to send it out west. So there are threats to that. First, I'll say that our perspective, as I mentioned, is about attracting the people first. So rather than moving the water out west to accommodate the people that are there, they should move here to the Great Lakes where the water is and can sustain life in a better form. Air conditioning is not the only thing you need out west in order to survive. You need the water. And so I think we have to be really, really careful and say we're going to keep the water here. I think when you attract businesses and or enhance the businesses that are here, we have to think environmentally sound. We have to think of strategies that not only attract and keep them here, but keep the water safe. So even attracting businesses that use water as a coolant, which the Intel factory will do. What does that do to the water when you put it back? How does that impact it? We've got to really think through that before we simply accept the premise that the economic development is worth the price. So I think there's things that we have to do to protect the water in terms of attracting and enhancing businesses. And then I think we really have to draw a hard line in the sand about one of those businesses should not be shipping water out of the Great Lakes.
Good morning. I'm relatively new here in Cleveland, and I'm still
Welcome.
in the process of trying to compare and contrast agencies and strategies. I'm from the Philippines. So I visited the CEDS Water Resources section, which indicated the strategies, outcomes, and potential partners for goals under the water resources. And I'm interested to know as to the availability of the specific performance measures for outcomes of water resources. Thank you.
Yeah. Similar to the answer I gave earlier, we just established the SEDS and we had it approved. We do not have any robust metrics yet, so that's what we will be developing now. And again, because of the way we are operating as a public agency, it will be a public process. So we will invite stakeholders into the process to help develop those metrics and help us identify the best way to measure and what the baseline should be. And then we will even invite the general public to participate in that process. So look forward to that kicking off in the next 6 months or so. And may I ask what agency you're from? Or, oh, consulting. Got it. Terrific. Welcome to Cleveland.
Hello. Yeah, I just want to know, how do we compare with Cincinnati? I know they have a very nice riverfront. I used to go to UC, but I haven't been there recently. So it seems like they're doing a good job of, you know, developing their riverfront. I think they just have the river. And I assume they have an MPO down that area too, southwest Ohio. So
They do.
can you contrast with what
Yeah.
we're doing up here with the Cincinnati area? And I think it was just voted as one of the best cities to live in 2023. I was just curious to know what
Sure.
your thoughts on what they're doing in Cincinnati.
So that same question was posed to me by a student last week who graduated from the University of Cincinnati, and now has taken a graduate program, and asked me if I was familiar with Cincinnati. And I said, yes, I am, but Cleveland's better. So that's what I will start the conversation with. Cleveland is better. The MPO in Cincinnati, OKI, it's Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana MPO, is strictly an MPO. They are not an economic development agency, and they do not have a CEDS, and they have no desire to be an economic development district, primarily because they are 3 states. And so part of the majority of their population is actually outside of Cincinnati and Ohio. It is in Kentucky and now Indiana growing. So they do a great job. I think the riverfront development has been outstanding. I believe they did that through the development of a waterfront authority, which is currently being developed here in Cleveland as well. I know that they looked at Cincinnati as one of the models for lakefront development. Obviously, it was riverfront in Cincinnati, but they did look at that as a model, and I know we are trying to emulate that in order to spur the economic development component of it. But no, Cincinnati's, great, but we love our Browns, we love our Guardians, we love our Cavs, and Cincinnati is doing some things right, but so are we, and we're going to be doing even more things right.
I would like to thank Grace for being here today and spending time with us. And I hope that some of what you take away from the conversation, the presentation, is inherent in the name, coordination, right?
That is it.
Coordinated. And in terms of the economic development strategy, comprehensive. And I think those 2 aspects are very important when we talk about water. But what I took away from this is how water touches every aspect of also what the agency does.
Yeah, and another way to look at that, we joke and say coordinating is our middle name. Yes, it is. We also joke and say we don't actually do anything, we just plan. So there's a lot of things that we do well. A lot of it does center around facilitating collaboration, and that is almost something that you may not see, but is so critical to everything we do. And a CEDS plan, I think what's remarkable about the CEDS plan, we never had one before, because there was no agreement, no consensus amongst the 5 counties to do it. Each county kind of wanted to do their own. Some were able to do one back in the day when you could have just one county. Now you can't have one county, you have to get together. And so this was a long time coming, and it was in many ways a slow process, but in many ways we got it done in a year. That's pretty quick considering. Now, we have a lot more work to do with it, but it is about getting the people together and coordinating, collaborating. You're exactly right. So glad to be here and glad to be part of that, and glad to have an economic development center for the EDA right here at Cleveland State and right here, literally down the street from us. So thank you.
You're very welcome, and we're happy to be able to be a partner in that work. And I hope that all of you can look forward to a time where we have a follow-up and an update to the CEDS, and that we can host that here in our building and talk about what the next iteration is and what's added to that plan, and hopefully the metrics associated with a lot of those.
One of the things that really helped us make the case to do the CEDS in the first place is how much money was left on the table during COVID that we couldn't access because we did not have a CEDS plan. And then that drew attention to how much money have we left on the table over the last however many years that CEDS became a critical component to accessing EDA money. So we now have the ticket.
Yes, and we need to take advantage of that.
Yeah, thank you.
Very much so. Hello, everyone. I'm going to ask you to take a seat here, and I would like to introduce you to the moderator of this panel. Andy Thomas is the executive in residence and directs the Energy Policy Center here at the Levin College.
Hi, everybody. thank you for sticking around here for this presentation. We have a couple of presentations, one from me and one from Craig Butler from the Muskingum Water Conservancy District, and one from Mark Divis, who is with the Akron Thermal. And so I will kind of outline why I've set it up this way and why these particular topics were picked, and then we'll walk through these presentations. But let me start by pulling up what I wanted to talk about. We're here to talk today about the energy-water nexus. Energy-water nexus is defined as the either energy-intensive water industries or water-intensive energy industries. I have more experience with the water-intensive energy industries, but we are rapidly learning quite a bit about the energy-intensive water industries as well. And when we think about those, we think about for instance, the water treatment facilities that are located throughout Cuyahoga County and Lorain County and other places that use a great deal of energy to manage those. And in particular, the area of work that we do in that relates to microgrids. Microgrids are a really important solution for these industries that deliver water throughout our system and move the wastewater throughout our system. They cannot have downtime. They have to remain up, and otherwise it creates a catastrophic problem. And so that is we'll touch on that a little bit today with Mark Divis. We'll be talking about that. But in this picture here, I have a photograph of the Perry Nuclear Power Plant. This is what we normally think about when we talk about water-intensive energy. The Perry Nuclear Power Plant uses around, by my calculations, somewhere around 4 to 5 billion gallons a year of water. Most of that is in cooling, probably 15 or 20% is in process, but most of it is in cooling. And so this is in the traditional model for the energy industry is one where we have centralized generation, and historically it's been coal and nuclear based, and those are large users of water. So just a quick word about the Energy Policy Center at Cleveland State. We have been around for 15 years, and it consists of Mark Henning and me and Shelby Seberg, and then a PhD student that we have. We've been doing a lot of work around microgrids. The last few years have been primarily around microgrids and distributed generation, and also around hydrogen, which I'm going to talk a bit about today because of its implications in the water systems and where that's coming. So when I thought about the question of what is the energy-water nexus and how is it relevant to Ohio, I started thinking about the fact that we are very wealthy in terms of resources in both water and energy. And then the next question is how can we use that to help us with economic development? And this is kind of a theme that we do frequently in the Energy Policy Center, at least, is work on economic development related questions. And so Ohio is blessed with both cheap and ample supplies of water. Our water table replenishes every year, regardless how much we seem to use of it. And it is a significant attraction for industry. Energy is also something that's relatively cheap, or actually it's historically cheap in Ohio right now. And that is also something we use to attract industry. This list here is from Area Development Magazine's latest corporate survey. And if you look on this list, you'll see energy in two places on the top 10. One is in energy availability, which is number 4, I believe, on this list. And then energy costs, which is number 8. When they talk about energy availability as being an important decision and part of what you have to decide in locating your facility in a particular area, they're talking about one of two things. They're either talking about, do I have access to natural gas? Or they're talking about, how reliable is your grid? And we did a survey ourselves out of our center about 4 years ago on behalf of Cuyahoga County, in which we did a national survey asking that very question. What would you be willing to pay for a reliable grid? Reliable meaning 5-9 uptime, meaning that grid is up 99.999% of the time. And the answer we got was 25% of companies who were purchasing electricity at that point 4 years ago would be willing to pay 14 to 15 cents a kilowatt hour and move to a district that had that kind of availability in exchange for 5-9 uptime power. Right now in the grid, you get around 3-9 uptime, currently in the CEI territory. So what's the difference between 3-9 and 5-9? What's the difference between 8 hours versus 3 minutes? And so this is a major cost of industry is loss of power, what we call the value of lost load. So this reliability issue is becoming more and more important throughout the region and throughout the United States. Energy cost is another very important one as well. We have electricity, for instance, even after the war in Ukraine started and the natural gas prices went up and electricity prices went up, and they've come back down again, but they're still historically cheap. We're paying right now for commercial loads of around 11 cents a kilowatt hour, the 12 cents range in Northeast Ohio. That's still below what people are paying elsewhere around the world, around the country, I should say. So without a doubt, we have access to the available power, or at least we're building it with the microgrids, and we have the access to the cheap power. So these are important economic attractions. So what's missing from this list is water. And I looked at this list of 25 and I thought, how is water not on this list? And the answer, I think, is that because right now it's cheap and available everywhere. Even in California, if you want to start up an almond farm in California, you just dig a well and deplete the reservoir, and the people who live next door worry about it, but you don't have to. And so, generally speaking, we can access water cheaply throughout the United States, and we can get available water. Now, there's certain industries that worry about this, and energy is one of them, Intel's one of them, and people who have need for large amounts of water do worry about this. But this is something that's coming to everybody's concern and soon. And I think Mark's map showed I think Mr. Samuel had pointed out that the fact that Ohio was just white. Why was there nothing in Ohio? Well, part of the reason that I think that the Cuyahoga County and Cleveland Foundation implemented that study was because their sense that we are a climate refuge here in Ohio, and especially Northeast Ohio, and so we can provide that as an availability area of economic development, but we can also provide cheap energy and also cheap water as well. So just one other thing to note about this slide, about 70% of the respondents indicated that the IRA was going to affect their decision on how to expand, and so this is a really important opportunity for us. So what is the IRA? Well, there's two major bills that were passed a year to 2 years ago. One was the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which put through over $150 million to $200 billion, I should say, for grid infrastructure, weatherization, hydrogen infrastructure, and carbon capture and sequestration projects. Those are all moving forward. Ohio is a finalist in a couple of projects for hydrogen hubs in the state. And I think we have a pretty good shot at getting one of them. But the more important opportunity is the Inflation Reduction Act. There's no cap on this, and there's no competition. You just have to be eligible, and you get the money. So you get federal tax credits that can be converted to cash, 30 to 50% of the project cost if you're eligible. It covers renewable power, geothermal, it covers microgrids, it covers hydrogen. McKinsey estimated at about $400 billion over 10 years, but they didn't include hydrogen in that. So when I went out and looked and saw what it was that hydrogen would add to it, it comes out at about $1 trillion investment. So this is a massive amount of investment that's going to be coming in the next 5 to 10 years, including in Ohio. This is what you get with the hydrogen. In order to be eligible, you have to be able to reduce your hydrogen, your carbon dioxide output to below 4 kilograms of carbon dioxide per kilogram of hydrogen that you generate. So this doesn't include the cost and the carbon dioxide that comes from transportation. This is just simply the generation of the hydrogen. So you can get up to $3 per kilogram. And to put that in perspective, right now, gray hydrogen is selling for around $1 to $2 a kilogram. And by 1 kilogram has roughly the equivalent of about 3 gallons of gasoline or diesel fuel. So you have gray hydrogen, meaning you don't capture the carbon dioxide, is currently selling at around $1 to $2. Blue hydrogen, which means you do capture the carbon dioxide, but then you have to do something with it. But the blue hydrogen, just capturing it, is at around $2 to $3 per kilogram. And then green hydrogen, which is hydrogen that's made from renewable electricity or nuclear electricity and put through an electrolysis unit and takes water and turns it into hydrogen and oxygen. That's selling for around $7 a kilogram right now. So near term, it's going to be the blue hydrogen. That's going to be the answer, just because it's a lot cheaper than the green hydrogen. So how much water do we need for these processes? For the green hydrogen, we need about 20 to 30 liters per kilogram of hydrogen. That's the electrolysis process. And about 9 of those kilograms comes directly from converting H2O to H2. Blue hydrogen, which is just the capture but without the sequestration, is around $21 to $27. And blue hydrogen with carbon capture, I'm sorry, not dollars, but liters. The blue hydrogen to carbon capture and sequestration is around 32 to 39 liters per kilogram of hydrogen. So putting this in perspective as to what we are doing now, gasoline uses way more than this in processing. Ethanol uses on the order of 340 liters per kilogram. So they're, or gallon equivalent. So these consume water, but a lot less water than current strategies that we're using. So, and then just wanted to quickly talk a little bit about how we are going to make hydrogen and how much hydrogen we would need. Mark and I did a study a couple of years ago in which we just looked at the growth of hydrogen in Ohio for the last 10 years. And we projected that out for the next 10 years. We did it county by county, and we looked at where all this was going to be. In total, what we determined was by 2050, Ohio would need about 2 million metric tons of hydrogen by 2050 to supply the industrial, transportation, and electricity requirements as well as the thermal requirements for hydrogen. That was before the IRA. With the IRA now, we really don't know, but we will know that, first of all, it will accelerate, and secondly, it's going to be a lot more than that 2 million number. So then the next question we asked ourselves is, where are we going to get this hydrogen from, assuming that we're not importing it all? If we're making it, how are we going to make it? And we looked at the amount of hydrogen we could make using, if we repurposed 15% of the existing electrical infrastructure in Ohio that's clean, meaning nuclear and renewable. And then we looked at the rate of growth of those industries in the past 10 years. And you can see from the number here that we pink is the nuclear and green is the renewable, that it's going to be way, way short of what we need. We would need to, from that 2 million number of metric tons, we would need to make about 1.8 million from natural gas in order to meet the requirements that we have. So how much gas is that? We would need, in order to make 1.8 million metric tons, it would require about 280 billion cubic feet of gas per year for us to meet that need. That's about 12% of the current Utica output right now. So it is a significant load, but presumably we will also be reducing some of the natural gas that will be required for other uses in the process of doing this. So then the next question we asked ourselves is, what if we can just ramp up all the renewables and build some more nuclear plants? How would that change that calculation? Well, there's a number of problems with that. In order for us to completely replace it, we would have to double the size of our entire existing fleet, which would be something on the order of 30 gigawatts. And it's just, there's nowhere to put 30 gigawatts of power right now in Ohio. But even if we just said, all right, we're going to do half of it from solar and renewables and nuclear, if we did that, we would still need by 2060 around 60% of the total the total hydrogen we would be required to produce would have to come from natural gas. So our answer to this is the path through decarbonization is through natural gas. We have to develop natural gas in a way that is going to enable decarbonization, and how you go about doing that is going to depend on circumstances, but our thinking on this right now is that it's going to be primarily through hydrogen, but there will be some other strategies that the natural gas industry can deploy to reduce their carbon footprint. So then I guess the next question we said is, well, if we are going to be producing, if we're going to be required to produce 300 to 500 BCF of gas every year just for hydrogen, do we have enough reserves to do that? The DOE says, yes, we do. The DOE put out a study last year in which they estimated that Marcellus has about 600 to 900 trillion cubic feet of gas in it, and the Utica has around 500 to 800 trillion cubic feet. It's amazing. It's just an amazing story, because this is a field that nobody knew about 10 years ago. And now these are two of the three largest fields in the world for natural gas that are sitting here in our backyard. But it's not going to be easy necessarily to get it, because here's the problem with accessing this gas. We're producing the cheaper gas now, and over time, this is a cross-section here that shows how the formations that we get this gas from dip down. So currently our Utica production is in the range of 6,000 to 7,000 feet depth range. And we're able to produce gas from that for $3 to $4 an MCF, which is really, really, again, historically cheap. But when we start drilling wells that are 10,000 and 12,000 and 14,000 feet, this is going to change. The costs will go up. So that's what they mean when they say these are technically recoverable. That doesn't mean they're economically recoverable. So we have to be prepared, and we have to think about how are we going to continue to develop this natural gas cost effectively. So hydraulic fracturing uses water, uses a good deal of water. You know, if you look at this from the standpoint of an average well, this is Utica from the past 8 months. This is from Frac Focus, and they indicate that we are currently using somewhere in the neighborhood of between 5 to 40 million gallons per well. So if you just assume we drill 100 wells a year and we assume 20 million as the average, that comes out to about 2 billion gallons that we require per year for the entire industry. Again, this is small compared to what the current utilities are using. And we also have to remember too, the gallons are misleading. You know, one Olympic-sized swimming pool is about 700,000 gallons. So it's, you know, we can't be scared by these numbers. We have to be thoughtful about them, and this is the reason why, you know, the work that Craig Butler is doing is so important, is that he's on the front edge of helping us think through how to do all this. So with that, I want to start with Craig to talk about the managing mineral extraction. And I'll read you a little bit about his bio. He serves as chief executive of the Muskingum Watershed Conservancy District, an organization which manages Ohio's largest watershed, with the mission of preventing flooding, conserving natural resources, and promoting outdoor recreation. Manages 60,000 acres and a number of employees. And Mr. Butler is a longtime advocate of natural resources and the environment for the state of Ohio, having served as the chairman of the EPA, the Ohio EPA, and in a number of cabinet positions as well in different administrations. So I am going to invite him to come up here and do his presentation. And the way I'm going to do this is we're going to have Mark do his, and then we will do a panel discussion afterwards.
Good morning, everybody. So before I get into talking about oil and gas production that we're working on through the Muskingum Watershed Conservancy, I thought it's really a good idea for me to just to tell you a little bit of history about the Conservancy and conservancy law in Ohio, because undoubtedly, I think if I asked people for a raise of hands, if you even knew about the Conservancy and conservancy law, conservancy districts, there aren't many people that have even a basic understanding or a good understanding of that. So let me just give you a walk through the presentation I have. I'll talk a little about just who we are, history, talk about our lands, Andy mentioned, and thank you for the introduction, by the way, Andy. So we own about 60,000 acres, eastern, southeastern Ohio. We manage the Muskingum watershed, just about 8,000 square miles. And I always say, and I'll have a graphic here, but it's basically from Akron to Mansfield down to Buckeye Lake and Marietta. So it's that, you know, eastern, southeastern quadrant of the state. Talk a little about our historical involvement from oil and gas development, but more appropriately for today, just what has happened since the early 2000s, about 2014 or 15, within the Conservancy, how we have just geographically been blessed and natural resources been blessed relative to the fairway, if you will, for oil and gas development, and then what we've been able to do with that from a capital improvement perspective, economic development perspective, as well as conservation. So there you go. Conservancy districts were created in 1933, and they're really a result of the catastrophic floods in 1913. So they mostly impacted the southwest and southeastern parts of Ohio. And even in today's standards, they're the largest economic impact from a natural disaster in the state was the 1913 flood, and it was the highest loss of life in the state, and still is. And so the Conservancy, we provided flood control, mitigation, conservation, and recreation. And if I give you just a little bit of a history, so the floods of 1913 led to the Conservancy Act. It was passed in 1914. And conservancy districts are a creature of the statute, 6101. But they're unique in the sense of we are a municipal government, but we're also a corporation. And most unique, and we're a unicorn of unicorns, as I say, because Conservancy districts, these municipal government boundaries are not geopolitical boundaries. It doesn't look square like a township or a county. It's around a watershed. And so they had the foresight then to say, if we're really going to focus on flood mitigation, you've got to worry about water and water management in the entire watershed, not just a portion of that by a unit that's hand-drawn by somebody in the General Assembly. And so we were very lucky in that sense. We were also very lucky that in the Conservancy Act, the Von der Heide Act that was passed in 1914, it was then signed by the governor who then was prior to that the mayor of Dayton, and who had been just completely wiped out because of the floods. And so the creation of the conservancies were in part around flood mitigation, but it was about economic development. And the whole issue there was they realized that you couldn't, in the economic centers of Dayton, Columbus, and even in eastern Ohio in the Muskingum Valley, you couldn't promote economic development either through agriculture or economic development if you had to consistently think about flooding and natural disasters related to water management that were going to consistently wipe out these areas. So we have these reservoirs. You can see them in the footprint here. They're mostly, as we say, up and down from Atwood Lake to Seneca Lake. But we have two outliers over Charles Mill, Pleasant Hill near Mansfield. And these are an interconnected series of reservoirs. Just a bit of history. So the first conservancy district was the Miami District. It was created just after the 1913 floods. They designed and engineered a series of dry dams and levees. And so if you're ever in Dayton and you ride on the bike paths, the levees that are there generally recreated after the 1913 flooding there. That was the philosophy, just basically how do you move that water downstream, get it out, protect the citizens around Dayton in that area. So we came along a little bit after that, and it happened just serendipitous, if you will. That happened just around the time of the Dust Bowl severe drought. And so they had the same engineer that designed the dams and dry dams and levees in Dayton was our engineer, Arthur Morgan. And he was designing the same type of system. And in the midst of that, and in the midst of actually starting construction on the dams in 1929, they decided we actually need to turn these into a series of flood control water holding reservoirs. So literally in the middle of construction, and all of these dams, these 14 reservoirs were constructed in 6 years, they said we're going to need to change the design of these and hold water for economic development, agriculture production, public water supply. So it's just phenomenal. Think about the numbers there for a second. The 14 reservoirs that we have they're all interconnected, and they were at the time when they were done, they were the largest flood control network in the world. Number one, that's pretty phenomenal. Two, they started construction in 1933 and they were done in 1939. We couldn't get a permit to do that today, let alone actually construct them today. So I was marveled a little bit about the history and just what they were able to accomplish in that period of time. As in terms of water or acreage that we own about 60,000 acres, and most of that is surrounding the lakes and reservoirs. We're going to have 40,000 acres of land, 16,000 acres that are under the reservoirs that we own. From an oil and gas perspective, we've always pretty much for about the last 100 years, we just turned 90 this year, so for the last 90 years we've always had some oil and gas development. And we dug out I thought it was interesting, we dug out one of our original leases here. And I think there's a couple of very interesting pieces about that. So you look at before 1933 to 2012, we had about 250 conventional wells. The oil and gas industry has been around, and we've been part of that through these conventional wells, and that's typically what people were used to before the current industry moved into Ohio. You'd see a pump jack out in the field. We kind of just looked past it. We got used to that. But we had about 250 of those wells, and just give you a sense of our royalties that we started generating then. In 1933 to 43, that 10-year period, we generated about $100,000 in royalties, about $10,000 a year. If you just fast forward a little bit, and we'll talk more about this later, but in fiscal year 2022, our revenues totaled more than $42 million from oil and gas revenue. So you can see, as many of us have learned over the last 15 years since horizontal oil and gas developments come, it's a completely new design, completely new animal for us. So there's always the question about, you're a conservancy district, you're one of your main functions is conservation of natural resources, as well as flood mitigation and recreation. What are you doing in the oil and gas business? Well, part of that was, it was a necessity for us. See, conservancy districts, while created by statute, created in Ohio law, a function of government, municipal government, and a corporation. We receive no outside funding from the state of Ohio. You know, so we don't have tax money, we don't have, but we do have an ability to have an assessment. And one of our primary functions in using the assessment tool that we have is it's basically an assessment on private property, personal property, is we're required to maintain the dams. And so we have a fund that is set up just to exclusively do that. But we also have to then run the organization. And in the early 2000s, the Army Corps of Engineers, who was our partner in these, it was after Katrina, and they did a whole dam reassessment across the entire country, and they said, you're what they call a federal non-cost share partner. So it basically means you're on the hook for at least 25% of the cost to maintain these dams and reservoirs. And over the last 70 years that they hadn't been touched, they needed some work. And the calculated total of what our cost share of that was going to be was about $100 million. We barely had $100, let alone $100 million. Our revenues at the time were based on recreation. We had some small campgrounds, agricultural leases, a little bit of oil and gas revenue. And we do also have cottages that are around the lakes where people build a cottage and they'll lease land from us. So at the time, our budget was in a few $1 million range. And so we had a long discussion in the early 2010s when we realized that the possibility for the Conservancy to be engaged in oil and gas development in the new horizontal shale play. One, should we do it? Two, is it a necessity for us to do it? And three, this is really the direction that we went in. If we were going to do that, how are we going to maintain our mission of maintaining conservation? How are we going to be able to talk to our board of directors? How are we going to be able to talk to the public to say, this is not just an issue for us in terms of raising money, but it's how do we find great partners, how do we protect the environment, and how do we lead in conservation? So I'll just take a sidestep here and say, you know, you've read in the papers recently and you've seen a lot of controversy still generated around whether or not the state is going to have oil and gas development on state lands. A lot of people have developed this on their private properties. We are the only organization that all of our lands are public. We're the only organization in all of the conservancy districts and all the public lands where we've been able to lease our property for oil and gas development. And we've got a great track record. The reason we have a great track record is early on, before I was at the district, when they were trying to figure out how they maintain the credential of the Conservancy around conservation, but also engage in this oil and gas play, is we set up a lease form that is like no other. And across the industry, it's considered a gold standard lease. And it's not onerous, as I would say. What do I say here? Yeah. You know, our standard lease form that we use with our operators, and we have 4 major operators, they all have agreed to some additional environmental tenets that we think and have proven to say it's safeguarding and the environment and meets our conservation mission. As I say, it's rigorous and not onerous. And you can get a sense here about what we include in that. So environmental testing, this is above and beyond what would be required if we worked with an operator and they met the state minimum standards from the Department of Natural Resources, Mineral Resources Management. So we've gone above and beyond that in several ways, and you can see here we have enhanced water testing, we have other environmental safety controls, facility containment, evaluation of water sales, which we do water sales, and I'll talk about water sales in just a second. Land management, we have written agreements for right-of-ways, pipelines, surface use, and others, including the biggest provision that we have is we don't allow developmental leases. So if you have a well pad, it's not on our property, but it's on an adjacent property. We have development commitments, which has been the first time recently done in our most recent wells. The oil and gas companies have then agreed to develop a certain number of wells over a certain time period, not drill a well and hold the rest by production, which allows us to have some certainty about revenue that comes in so that we can reinvest that money. And then operational safety, emergency preparedness, contingency plans, on-site meetings before and during operations. It goes beyond that. We set up real strong partnerships. We have staff, our oil and gas staff that are out on site working closely with the operators. And then beyond that, we meet with the senior leadership of all of these companies to make sure on an annual basis that they're meeting our requirements and we're also a good partner for them. And then we focus on doing some best management practices, either on water use, water recycling, methane, carbon capture, those kind of things. Here's a few just photos of some enhanced environmental procedures that we have. This is a containment site that's unique. You know, we basically, in our land and lease management group, we've just got a group of 2, but they're both seasoned oil and gas operators. You know, they're evaluating and negotiating the lease between communication and building relationships out in the field, appropriate site visits, which we do a lot from an educational standpoint through our board of directors. We've got a lot of local officials that are interested. Our operators are very, very good and very interested about the educational component, getting people out on the site, showing the various phases of production, whether it's drilling, whether it's fracturing, or whether it's actual production. It's kind of like, you know, you got to kick the tires on the car. You really get to understand it in a really systematic way if you're able to go and look at all different phases of that. We have lease checklists where we go out and we basically do our own inspections at our sites to make sure they're complying not only with the state terms of a lease, but the terms that we have in a lease. And then on the production side, we have a separate group that's managing the financial, economic management, and then the land and mineral management of the program. Capital improvements, this is where the rubber really meets the road. So it's like, what are you doing with all this money? First and foremost, as I say, not only did our dams need attention over the 70-year period where they hadn't had a lot of attention, a lot of our infrastructure had not been touched over the last 40 or 50 years. Infrastructure, by that I mean our recreation departments, we've got campgrounds, we've got marinas, a lot of infrastructure, drinking water, wastewater, campgrounds, infrastructure, those kind of things. They really hadn't been touched probably since the 1980s to a little degree when we had an uptick in some oil and gas revenues. But even before that, they hadn't really, once they were put in, there wasn't money in the budget, nor was there capabilities for them to have a maintenance program to keep these facilities up and running. And so our parks, they were in some pretty sad shape. And so what we've been able to do over the last, since 2015, is take $150 million currently with another $60 million already committed by the board of directors to reinvest it back in our infrastructure. You can get a sense of what that looks like. We've really transformed our properties throughout the district. We're really proud of it. You look at our cabins that we've built, campgrounds, upgraded our docks. We're building picnic shelters, playgrounds, pickleball courts, building trails, and completely updated our infrastructure, including Wi-Fi in most of our parks. You wouldn't believe it, but the camping of today is not the camping that you're of yesterday. So camping today is you've got an RV behind your truck, you've got a double concrete pad, you've got full water and sewer hookup. What you really want is a pull-through pad so you don't get divorced trying to back your camper back into your site, and you want Wi-Fi. And literally we have people say, do you have all 5 of these, including Wi-Fi? And we say, you know, in this park we don't have it. And they say, I'm going somewhere else. And so it is unique by any stretch. So we are, you know, this is what we have spent since 2014, spending our money on. A lot of it's underground, all new water and wastewater infrastructure, and then upgrading a lot of our facilities. And it shows. We're crossing the 5 million patrons mark. Last year we had over 5 million people come stay and visit our parks and our marinas, be out on our lakes. One of the reasons I will say, in terms of the other part of this is conservation. I always said we're a 3-legged stool: flood mitigation, conservation, recreation. We do flood mitigation really well. We've been doing it since day one, 90 years. Recreation came after that. When you build these bodies of water, people want to come and recreate on them, so recreation came after. We think that we did that well, and now we're reinvesting in that. I always say on that 3-legged stool, conservation was kind of the rickety, creaky little leg on the stool because we didn't have the money or, frankly, anybody to help do it. But now that we've actually got some resources to do it, we've gone through a strategic planning process since I started 3 years ago. We've hired a conservation director who came to us from The Ohio State University. I'm a Bobcat, but I hired him anyway. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. He's not a Cleveland State guy, but it's okay. So, and what we've really invested in is to say, not only our facilities is what bring people to us, but it's the reservoirs that we have and the quality of water in those reservoirs. We have got, our watershed has, by no argument, the best water quality in the state. And partially it's because we're very rural. We do have some agriculture, but by and large, the water coming into our reservoirs is very good quality. And some of it is by design and investments that we make, and some of it is just by chance. And so our really conservation mission now is, I say, to pivot, turn around, look back in the watershed and say, how do we invest our dollars from oil and gas into the watershed to protect and preserve and enhance the water quality across our 8,000 square miles. So this slide talks about a few of those projects. One is our Partners in Watershed Management program. We went out and tried to figure out if we were going to do direct grants into communities where they really needed investment. Believe it or not, we have a program called log jam removal. And you can get a small grant from us if it's a small one, and some of these things are massive that leads to a lot of flood mitigation, soil erosion. Nobody else had a program like this, so we filled that niche. Communities can come ask us for help to provide them some funding for log jam removal, water quality improvements. There are also conservation programs, so we're investing with soil and water conservation districts. We support them financially. We support them programmatically to be able to go out and work with farmers to develop 9-element plans, soil mitigation, do soil testing, all of the things that I'm used to doing up in the Lake Erie watershed, we've brought down and we're now investing in the Muskingum watershed. Nutrient management programs beyond that is like we're working with the Department of Agriculture and several of the counties to pay for cover crop programs. So it could be the traditional, you put it on with a seeder in the fall, and it's happening right now, to after you bring your crop off and be able to hold soil, be able to manage some of the nutrients. But the cool thing is we also support aerial seeding programs for cover crop programs. You know, like the guys that get in the crop dusting things and they go actually they're actually spreading aerial seeding programs. And we're doing that today in Coshocton County. And they are daredevils, but they really support the program. Water quality testing and research is something that we have always been engaged in. We work with U.S. Geologic Survey to make sure that we're having, we call them pour points, strategic points where you have intersections of streams throughout the district. We're taking critical measurements for water quality that feeds into the statewide overall nutrient mass balance study, and we're enhancing that program as we go forward. We're also purchasing land. We have the ability to do that. We're purchasing a lot of acreage in Wills Creek, which is near Coshocton. It's American Electric Power I'll get it. You know what I'm talking about. So we buy that, and why do we buy it? One, we want to keep it open to the public. A lot of that land is being purchased and then fenced around for private hunting operations. But the 6,000 acres that we have bought there so far, and we're continuing to do that, we're working with the Office of Public Works, AEP, and the Land Conservancy. We keep it open to the public. And a lot of it's hunting, particularly deer hunting, and we do that. But we also do it from a water quality perspective. We do a lot of acid mine drainage reduction projects. We're working with Department of Natural Resources on a very large project to have them come in, because they've got a lot of recent federal funding to come in and do several thousand acres of acid mine drainage enhancement in the watershed, which again definitely impacts our watershed positively. Abandoned well program, we know and have been able to map out for the most part, and we're still continuing this, where we have abandoned oil and gas wells throughout the district. And we're going to invest here in the future. We're going to we have drone technology, and we use that a lot for doing a lot of our forestry work. And even some cover crops, but we're going to buy some magnetometer attachments for these things so that we can go out, use the old coordinates that are filed through the well locators at Natural Resources, and then be able to use a magnetometer to find them, to actually then invest some of our money to help ODNR go plug some of those wells. We've got one that we know of. It's right in the middle of Seneca Lake. It's our furthest south lake, third largest lake in the state, and we're actually starting a program this winter. As we let water go, we let about 8 billion gallons of water go in the fall to get ready for spring floods in the spring to hold that water. We lower our lakes between 5 and 8 feet, and we're going to be able to get out and plug this well. Plugging that one well is going to cost $1.5 million, just because it's really technically challenging to get there. Others that we've done haven't cost that much, but we're committed to a program like that. And then beyond that, I'll just mention our sustainability programs. You know, for as many patrons and people as we have and come visit our parks, we have never had a sustainability program. We've never recycled anything, you know, so it's like, you know, the low-hanging fruit is we've started recycling programs throughout the district. We've worked with Rural Action to do some waste studies to decide where we can set up composting programs, recycling programs. And then beyond that, how do we start calculating things like our carbon footprint and doing some neat programs in the future about carbon capture, using our forests for carbon capture to monetize that. And I'll stop there, but one last thing I will mention is we talk about water sales. We do sell water. We sell water for public water supplies to a few villages that are close by. We're a backup water supply for several places. But we often sell water for oil and gas development. That was very controversial. In addition to just doing oil and gas development by and large, people questioned the ability for us to sell water and not have an impact on our reservoir and the recreational mission that we had. And so we took that head on, and we said, we're going to talk. We hired the U.S. Geologic Survey to do a report, came out in 2014. They did an evaluation of all of our reservoirs, and we hold 65 billion gallons of water. We let eight go, but we hold that much for flood mitigation, recreation, public water supply. And so we have a process now that said, when we evaluate, say one of our producers comes and says, we want to buy water to frack a well, that consists of about an agreement we set up to take about 60 million gallons of water. We only allow 2 million gallons of water to come out on a daily basis over a 30-day period. But we asked USGS to do an evaluation of this program. And so they did. And they basically said, if you took all of that water instantaneously out of any one of your reservoirs, and you didn't account for atmospheric deposition of water or groundwater recharge, the impact of that would be 3 sheets of notebook paper on the surface of your reservoir. And so that was the kind of the shocking point for us to say, we can do this. We need to monitor it closely. We need to measure it. We have to have some safeguards and guide rails in place, which we do. For example, when we let our water go in the fall and we drop the lake levels, that's when we stop selling water because we don't want to see an additional impact on the reservoir. So we have these safeguards and a program around it, and our board of directors has approved it. And they can also challenge these and tell us not to sell water. But I think it served us well to ask for some third-party validation of that, and it really has been successful. People that don't understand that process often challenge us to say, you shouldn't be selling water because you're going to impact the reservoir. We invite them in to have a conversation about that, and by and large, they walk away pretty much satisfied with the rigor of the science that was actually put in place. So we really have 2 histories for the Conservancy. One is probably pre-oil and gas development for this in the horizontal environment, and the second is post. We're not done. You know, we're going to invest probably $300 or $400 million across the watershed for conservation, recreation, and upgrading our facilities. The one thing I will mention, I want to thank both Andrew and Mr. Henning back there, who's completing our economic study to figure out just what's the economic impact of oil and gas development in the Conservancy in the watershed and across Ohio. We're anxiously awaiting to have that data back because I think, like you see the Jobs Ohio numbers, which are really large, you're going to see, you know, the $200 million that we're going to or $300 million that we might invest by the time we're done, you're going to see that magnified as it turns over in the region and in the community and really leads to enhanced economic development across the state. So, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Craig. That was really interesting. Our next speaker is Mark Divis. He is the Chief Executive Officer for the Akron Energy Systems, LLC, and they manage the Akron thermal system. And, you know, Mark, I selected this particular topic because this is going to be a transformational technology that I think we're going to start seeing rolled out in the coming years. It is going to be really important. And the IRA has superfunded it, so it's going to move forward quickly. And I'm just going to let Mark describe his vision for how our energy systems are going to change. He's the president and CEO of Akron Energy Systems and AES Building Services. Both of these are Akron-based businesses, and they focus on optimization of urban thermal energy generation and consumption. He's been a longtime leader in this area. In fact, he is principally responsible for a lot of the design here at Cleveland State relating to our own on-campus steam and thermal consumption. He's been working in the region for, I don't know, 20 years or so, doing this type of work, and he's certainly one of the leading thinkers in this area.
Thank you. It's great to be back in Cleveland. Spent 25 years here. I see a lot of friends that I've cultivated relationships with over those 25 years, so it's great to be back here at Cleveland State. What Andy left out is I took some very necessary graduate courses in finance and accounting, and so I am kind of a Viking. So wanted to lead with that. So I have what is district energy? A lot of people really don't understand what district energy is, and what district energy is it's a network of infrastructure with a common generation source to then feed different thermal users, whether it be industry or hospitals or commercial buildings or universities like we're at today. I've got a video. I'm going to not play the video because I don't think we need to see the video. So I think if everybody is okay with understanding the basis of it, it's centralized energy production distributed through a common network, okay? So district energy in Ohio, in the country there's over 350 significantly large district energy systems that serve everything from municipalities, universities, hospitals, and industry. In Ohio alone, there's 20, and I've listed them here. I'd like somebody to guess what they think the biggest one is. Close. You know this one. You just don't know it. What's the biggest mega source in Cleveland? The steel mill. Cliffs is the largest district energy system in the state of Ohio. It's also one of the largest polluters in the state of Ohio. And it's also a necessary industry for our country. I might also add that its energy infrastructure dates back to the 20s. So why is district energy the right solution for our country going forward? Well, it's a directly correlated supply and demand system. So you have a centrally generation of energy, and then you're distributed directly to the customers. Unlike electricity or water where you have maybe multiple sources, and you just keep feeding unlimited amounts of energy, there's a balance between how you use and how you generate the power. So in Cleveland, I was an employee for a long time of Cleveland Thermal, and then I'm now an energy entrepreneur. In Akron, I partner with the city of Akron, and we built an innovative, as Andy explained, there's Akron Energy Systems and there's AES Building Services. Our building services is actually an asset management or energy conservation company that partners with the district energy solution, because energy is a system, is the production and the use, not just the production. It's the production and the use. So we've partnered that together in Akron, and we'll talk a little bit about what that's achieved. But it's the right solution to reduce carbon. It's the right solution to conserve water, improve energy efficiency, scalability. It reduces risk a lot, as Andy talked about. Microgrids, district energy systems reduce risk a lot, and they're adaptable. Over the 100+ years of district energy in this country, there's been innumerable sources of energy to those networks, because you have one spot where you're generating the power, so you just have to adapt that source to a different fuel source over time. So, as I said, it's evolutionary and adaptable. So it's started out being a waste heat, what to do with waste heat. So in Cleveland, The interesting story was there used to be an inclined plane that went from the river to downtown, a wooden inclined plane where they unloaded riverboats. And they had a steam engine, and it was once through turbine, and the steam just went to atmosphere. So they hooked up a pipe and started heating buildings. Then the streetcars went in, and they started, well, we've got even more exhaust steam. What do we do with that? Well, build the network out greater. And so that's how the network in Cleveland developed from the beginning. A lot of industry, a lot of universities, the same reason. So it was really, the infrastructure was developed to utilize the thermal energy as a utility, okay? And so it went down that mantra as just, well, it's just another utility company. And then came in cogeneration. So cogeneration is saying the combined production of electricity and thermal. And we'll get into that in the next slide. And how that's a game changer in the IRA and for microgrids. It's an absolute game changer in efficiency and carbon reduction. So as I said, the diversity of fuels used to produce thermal energy, it was originally coal, oil, natural gas, and a lot of it still is natural gas. It's available, low-cost fuel, and it's a lot lower emitting than coal and oil. Biomass processed waste, solar, geothermal waste, and wastewater can all be sources to a district energy network. The original scale was designed around the output of a process, okay? So it was a waste product. New designs are around how do we optimize around the thermal demand? So what's the need and how do we do the balance around the thermal demand with a focus on efficiency and water conservation? So cogeneration, when we talk about environmental benefit, this is kind of staggering. You could reduce CO2 by 30 million tons a year just for converting 1% of US generation capacity to cogeneration. Because as the slide shows, it's literally twice as efficient versus generating electricity and generating steam by itself. When you marry them together, it's highly efficient. So when you sit there and you say, well, let's talk about the steel mill in Cleveland, 1920s infrastructure. I tried forever to get the steel mill to participate with us in downtown. Their economics don't line up. But the physical reality of conservation and carbon reduction is a marriage made in heaven. We haven't figured out how to solve that in this country. The grid benefit, when you start generating locally, you improve the grid reliability significantly and make it way more resilient. As Andy was talking about microgrids, and Mike Foley started his initiative at the county with Armin, it has a tremendous benefit to making the grid a lot more reliable and a lot more resilient. It's absolutely a requirement for microgrid development, and it pairs well with renewable resources like wind, solar, and hydro. Because when the wind doesn't blow, the cogen plant still runs. So how does water play into this? Well, it's the ideal medium. So water is 23 times the conductor of thermal energy than air is. So it's way more efficient to use. It's no ozone depleting, it's low cost, it's recyclable, it's an efficient heat transfer, it's not hazardous, and it's a sustainable thermal resource. We sit right next to Lake Erie. We use it for power generation in some areas, but we don't use it at all for any other heating or cooling of downtown Cleveland. In Toronto, a lot of people don't know, they integrated their water intake system with a thermal recovery system, and they cool downtown Toronto with deep lake water from their water intake structure. They paired public and private to build the correct infrastructure and utilize that resource. Oop, I went back. So there's been a lot of technology advances with regards to using water. One is advanced heat pumps. So a lot of people don't realize what heat pumps are, but they're basically a mechanical device that conveys one energy source to another energy source. It's basically, instead of burning a fuel, you're just extracting energy out of one source, concentrating it onto another, and you can reverse the process for heating and cooling, okay? And that technology has advanced significantly in the last 15 years. The other one is sewer heat recovery, and this is really becoming prominent in Europe, and not so much in this country, is that actually when they're building out the new sewer systems, in the bottom of the sewer systems, they're interlining a thermal transference network underneath the sewer to use that as essentially geothermal, a source of heat for the city. And it's a wonderful opportunity. So the future development of the DE platform, we really have to work on maximizing the conservation and design regulations because it impacts water use, heat recovery, and electrical and thermal efficiencies. Next-gen manufacturing focus, I can't say this enough. We invested all this money in the CHIPS Act, all this other stuff. We have other core industries in this country that their economic decision-making process is literally year to year. The steel mill in Cleveland is a critically important asset. People may not like it because it does emit a lot, but we can't, as a country, lose steel-making capacity. So how do we get the best out of that? Well, somehow we have to invest to make that as efficient as possible and overcome this hurdle between their economics and the demand that lies all around. I mean, if you married that, it would be a tremendous benefit for the city of Cleveland. Affordable urban housing. District energy has a great application. You build a home. The only way to lower the cost of building a home is to subsidize it. But the cost of owning a home is impacted by utilities and efficiencies. And that's where district energy and applying district energy and renewable resources into that will lower the cost of owning the home. So it's a great way to build affordable housing in urban areas. Net zero development, if you pair it with wind and solar, we're working on a project in Akron on this, where we're going to pair a solar array with a water-based geothermal system, and it will be a net zero community. So hurdles to development. There's two buckets of this, ideological and financial. One is we have a really, to use a straight word, a really crappy national energy policy. Maybe we don't even have one. It shifts with the political winds. And it's just terrible because there's no lack of opportunity in this country to do better, but we stumble over the solutions all day long. It competes with manufacturing sales. So just like your doctor tells you, you're overweight, you need to work out, but the drug companies are advertising all day on TV, just take a pill and you don't have to worry about your weight. The manufacturing companies are marketing their equipment and just keep buying new equipment. That's not the solution. The solution is building the right infrastructure and harnessing aggregate efficiencies from it. Shortage of experienced technical capacity. This is a huge one. We're not, as a country, not graduating enough people in the energy industry to become the next experts. We aren't. And the people that are in this industry, I represent youth in our industry. And I'm 51. So I can tell you that most of my peers are in their late 50s or 60s. And so we're not producing enough engineers with experience to apply these technologies properly and yield the results. We have an unwillingness to develop and use regulation. There are really good ideas all around. The impact of energy decisions affect the community, not just companies. They affect the community. They affect the water quality, the air quality, the efficiencies, the viability of manufacturing. These should be community-based and regulated type investments made. Not only just the regulation and how you make it, but that the efficiencies are achieved and maintained in the assets. There's just a limited focus on this topic. If I didn't talk to you about district energy, most of you probably wouldn't even know what it was and wouldn't really care. And just poor marketing, like that this is a solution that can be applied that would have great results. Financial, again, short-term focused incentives, not long-term. A lot of these projects, believe it or not, pencil out without any subsidy. I'll talk about the Akron project and what that cost and what that was done with zero subsidy. Initial cost is higher than the short-term solution. So, yeah, buying the next fangled gadget might be cheaper than, ripping up the ground and putting in infrastructure that's going to last for 100 years or more. But it's just cheaper to just buy the new piece of equipment. Design and permitting takes time and money. So there's a front-end cost if you're going to do this as a developer or anything. There's the construction cycle and the development cost of this project is a lot more than other opportunities. Lending and investor requirements. As anybody that's dealt with banks, banks hate risk. Banks also hate long construction time frames. So you have to find a way to get the right people to invest in these types of projects and fund and bank these. And then finally, investment in qualified staffing, which goes towards trade people. We don't have the energy experts. Guess what? We don't have the people that can run them either. The average age of my operating staff in Akron is 47 years old. That's really old. And that's adding in 2 interns that are 20 and 22 years old. So we're not graduating enough, we're not developing enough skilled trades to support these industries. So Akron, what did Akron do? Here's my little plug for Akron because I live between Cleveland and Akron. Akron, I guess, was best defined to me as big enough to matter and small enough to still get things done. And so Akron had a failing district energy system. And I was running Cleveland, and we were honestly having problems with our customers because of how bad the situation was in Akron. And Craig knows this. He's laughing because I have several members of the PUCO that I can call for a free dinner at any given time for bailing them out of a disaster. And we work with Craig in getting the environmental issues resolved. But we worked as a community to develop a strategy that made sense. And then the city invested in the core users signed long-term contracts. And it was a transformational project where we installed new infrastructure, built an entirely new state-of-the-art energy facility, and then coupled it with an energy management company to make sure it was managed. So it was a total solution. It cost $35 million to do. City was subsidizing the business $8 million a year. And it's profitable now. The project paid itself off in under 4 years. No subsidy. No subsidy at all. The results were recycling 50 million gallons of water that doesn't go down the sewer system, that the city, if anybody's heard about the city CSO project, Akron CSO project, they were able to take credit as a diversion project to their treatment system in their compliance plan. It's equivalent to 2 full days of water output to the city's water system from the treatment plant. Clean air reduced over 2,000 tons of air emissions, which is equivalent to 1,100 city buses idling 24 hours, 365 on the streets. Fuel efficiency, we improved fuel efficiency by 46%, which is equivalent to heating 10% of Akron homes. But the big one is this one project reduced the city of Akron's carbon footprint by 30%. One project. Its equivalent is 5 times the carbon absorption rate of the Cuyahoga Valley National Parks, as far as tons removed. So it's a transformational project that's achievable, and guess what? It didn't cost anything. It cost a lot, but it didn't require a subsidy to do. So district energy is a grossly overlooked opportunity in this country. And the county worked really hard at trying to do something with microgrids, and we were able to go down in Akron and develop this project for Akron. But the future of the next step, if you will, is going to involve implementing these types of solutions into dense environments.
Side. We're starting to do a lot of work in the UAS and the drone industry right now. In fact, we just left Portage County earlier this morning where we're talking with their county commissioners about doing a bunch of test demonstrations. The first one that we'll do will be out of Portage County Airport and will involve First Energy's high tension lines in that area. The second one that we'll be doing, which will probably be after the snow flies, probably sometime in March, April, will be a demonstration with Kent State's airplane fleet from Kent State to Portage to Akron Fulton. So I'm just wondering, from your perspectives, there's some water potential inspection levels that we could do, energy inspections. There's probably a whole variety of other options that are out there. So just wanted to throw it out there. Thanks.
So I'll take a swing at that. So we do a couple of unique things with drones. So we've got our 60,000 acres of property, so we've got a lot of forest. And we use drones to do forest surveys, do forest assessments when we look to set up do an assessment of what our management plans are going to be for forestry. That plays big into that. We also have a partnership with a professor at Youngstown State that is part of the overall research looking for harmful algal blooms and mitigation of harmful algal blooms. They're using spectral signatures on drones to look at our lakes to set up the baseline spectral signatures for different types of harmful algal blooms. So that's what second. And so we see a lot of opportunity. Third would be in the agricultural sector. We don't do it, but we see it happen a lot where they're doing cover crops and some other placement using drone technology. And then last, maybe a little bit off the wall, so there's quite a few businesses in and around in our area that I see that if you're a deer hunter and you shoot a deer and you can't find it, they will come use their spectral heat technology to actually find it and charge you a fee, which I think is pretty unique.
Is this working? Yeah. So we've used infrared for years, over 20 years. So it's a thermal business, so nothing better than to use infrared. We used to fly the system on a GPS grid coordinate system of our network and do that at least every year or twice a year to map out the entire system and to see where variations were occurring to improve efficiency, and a drastic improvement to the efficiency of the system in Cleveland. And in Akron, we took it a step further. We actually own our own Iron drone and have a certified pilot, and we fly our system ourselves. And we use that with impunity because it's the best way to detect thermal anomalies.
Two other applications I mentioned. One's in our advertising recreation. So we have certified drone operators, and we do a lot of our video work to do TV ads that you've probably seen for the Conservancy. So we use drones there. And then I mentioned our new project will be they're a little pricey, but we're going to equip one of our drones with magnetometers and be able to use it to locate abandoned wells across our property so we can go in and do closure of those.
Hi there. I actually have a question about hydrogen for use in generating power. You talked a little bit about taking H2O and splitting it into H2 and O, and you also were talking about how much water is consumed for alternate ways of generating power. So I wanted to just ask if you could talk about when you use the word consume, oftentimes like for generating power, the water is somehow in different ways, separating out water quality, is returned into the water cycle. Can you talk about how that works or doesn't work when it comes to once you've split the molecule with hydrogen power?
Right, yeah, so that's true. For the water that's used for the nuclear power plants, most of it is returned to, and also for oil and gas as well. They use in the industry, they recycle a lot of, I've heard between 50 to 90% of the water they use. For fuel cells, which are for hydrogen, you're taking the water out of whatever source it is that you're using, and then you put it into generating electricity, either for transportation. If it's for transportation, it comes out of the tailpipe of your vehicle as water. So it runs through a fuel cell, and so it starts out as water, and it's split into electricity or hydrogen ions and oxygen, and then it's reunited through a fuel cell, and then comes back out as pure water, H2O. It's like distilled water. So most of it stays within the watershed. If you have a truck that you drive outside of the watershed, then it could go outside of it, but most of it will be inside the watershed.
Two things. One, just comment on the Akron project. I'm from that area, and I am continually amazed at the story not getting out about the solutions that are happening and what we're achieving in Akron. Secondly, to the Muskingum project, I'm thinking of, basics of sustainability and low-hanging fruit and the idea that you reduce consumption before anything else. That's your first responsibility. When you were building out all your new infrastructure, did you follow like third-party standards like USGBC, LEED, that kind of thinking when you were doing it?
Yeah, good question. So all of our new construction and our rehabilitated structures are to this USBC Silver LEED certificate. We don't actually go in and certify them, but we use the standards for design and construction. Not well, I would say. We're just now trying to figure out how to tell our conservation story. So, for example, we just worked with and became a partner with the Sustainable Ohio Public Energy Council. They aggregate power. They're the fifth largest aggregator and fifth largest city in the state of Ohio, basically in terms of power load usage. And so now all the power we use is certified green power. So we haven't told anybody that because it just started. So we're like I say, we're a new organization, but we're 90 years old in terms of having some of these new activities, and we're just now learning how to actually kind of wear that coat a little bit and then also tell our story, not only about who we are, because a lot of people still don't know who we are after 90 years, but what actually we are doing in a lot of fronts, including sustainability.
So on the Akron front, two things. One, I'll qualify this as an engineer. We suck at storytelling, so but part of that's our fault. But we actually made a committed effort to get this into the Beacon Journal, and they wouldn't cover it. But Cleveland Crane's business covered it. So if there's we did try to get this out to the community. We go to ward meetings with council members and talk about the project, but it was a really shame that our home newspaper didn't cover it.
Thank you, everyone. We have a lunch panel for you, and it is sure to be just as engaging as all of these other conversations are, and we want to leave enough time for everybody to present and have a discussion. We have another special guest here to provide some remarks and an introduction of our panel. So Dr. Meredith Bond from the University Office of Research is here with us to share some remarks on behalf of the university and to introduce our lunch panel. Dr. Bond?
Thank you, Molly, and welcome everybody. Welcome to Cleveland State. Really enjoying having you here. It's a great mix of backgrounds and expertise, and a very exciting agenda today. So I hope you're enjoying it, and I think the best thing is to come away with new ideas and new questions, different from what you had first thing in the morning. So I'm not going to say too much, except I'm going to introduce our panel, which I think is much more important. So let me get started with the introductions of the individuals on the panel. First of all, this lunch panel is entitled The Cleveland Water Alliance, Smart Lake Erie, and the Role of Data. And let me start with our moderator, Brian Stubbs. Brian, as I think most of you know, is Executive Director and President of the Cleveland Water Alliance. Brian's a recognized leader in implementing sustainable economic development strategies and building resilient communities. He's got over 20 years of experience leading technologically and environmentally focused projects in Chicago, in Silicon Valley, and in Ohio. As President and Executive Director of the Cleveland Water Alliance, he oversees the development of one of the most effective water innovation clusters in North America, right here in Ohio, right here in Cleveland. Brian has grown the organization's reach and impact around the hypothesis that improving water quality through innovative technology and strengthening a regional economy are not mutually exclusive. CWA recently mobilized $5 million of investments from federal, state, and municipal supporters into its world-class water accelerator testbeds, and has catalyzed explosive water economy job creation, and that's actually outpacing that of advanced manufacturing, biohealth, and additive manufacturing industries. Brian earned his BA from the University of Kansas, his MBA from the University of Illinois in Chicago, and his executive MBA from the Presidio School of Sustainable Management. So, welcome, Brian. Oh, Brian's right here. Okay, taking a ready to push me off the podium.
Never.
I'd also like to introduce our next panelist, Ed Verheim. He's a principal and senior engineer at Limnotech and was recently named president of Freeboard Technology, a new water technology startup that he co-founded as a subsidiary of Limnotech. Ed's well known for his work across the Great Lakes region to design, build, and maintain the next generation sensing network that supports hundreds of thousands of boaters, key water managers, and critical infrastructure owners. Next, we have Abhishek Shada, Director of Industrial Automation at Brown and Caldwell. Abhishek is a Lake County resident and a Case Western Reserve University's engineering school graduate. As an automation and INC professional with over 20 years of experience, he heads the National Automation Group for Brown and Caldwell. Brown and Caldwell is one of the largest environmental engineering firms in the country. He also serves as a consulting engineer to federal and state agencies for their water and wastewater systems. He's also a member of the Department of Homeland Security's Joint Working Group for Industrial Control Systems and serves on various national standard committees such as NIST and ISA. He's on the advisory board for technology firms and serves as governing board member for iSTEM School on the east side of Cleveland. And last but not least, Evie Holst, Director, Clusters and Innovation at the Cleveland Water Alliance. Evie's been focused on water-related market trends and technologies since 2009, identifying key water-related challenges, commercial assets, and innovation opportunities relevant to markets all around the world. Founder and CEO of SplashLink, an online marketplace and market intelligence hub for the water industry, has been acquired by Toronto-based WaterHub. Evie serves as interim CEO for Jet Inc., a wastewater treatment solutions company in Cleveland, and she's worked closely with Cleveland Water Alliance on strategic initiatives in innovation and in economic development. A Price Waterhouse and 12-year Silicon Valley veteran in information technology, as well as a seasoned consultant and navigator of the startup landscape, Evie's worked in both information and clean technology, and she brings over 25 years of management and practical experience in the strategic design and launch of new business models and alliance initiatives across multiple sectors and global industries. Within the water industry, Evie's been tapped as an advisor and speaker on water issues, opportunities, trends, and technical considerations by organizations including the White House and Brown Gibbons Lang and Company, as well as water-intensive industry stakeholders such as oil and gas. In addition to industry-speaking engagements on innovation, also in the areas of market intelligence, smart water, and regional water challenges. So in addition to consulting in management and technology, Evie served on the Environmental Technologies Trade Advisory Committee for the U.S. Department of Commerce on global markets for water and wastewater technologies, and she is a graduate of the University of Michigan. Please welcome our moderator and our panelists.
Thank you, Meredith. So we're going to nerd out on you here because we love data and we love water data and smart water. The smart water cycle is really where we're seeing the industry going and where Cleveland has strength. So I think it's always best just to hear straight from our guest. And I want to start with Ed. You know, I think of Ed in just really amazing terms as being kind of, you know, my godfather when it comes to Great Lakes and Lake Erie data. And that's thanks in many ways to a partnership the Water Alliance has had with Limnotech, an Ann Arbor-based firm that is another one of those groups that like bright and shiny things to play with, which we like as well. So Ed, I'd love for you just to riff a little bit on kind of what you've seen, what got you into this, what is the state of, you know, primarily Lake Erie, given where we are as it relates to data and data science and data visualization.
Sure, thanks. Thanks, Brian. I know it's lunchtime. We'll do a little questions for the audience. How many people have been on Lake Erie? All right. How many people have caught a fish from Lake Erie? How many people have drank the water from Lake Erie? All right, almost everyone's hand should be up because City of Cleveland gets their water from Lake Erie. That little exercise shows that, you know, we're on land, we're in Cleveland, we hear a lot about the watersheds. I think Ohio has such a unique resource with Lake Erie, and it's really surprising to me how few people have even been out on the lake. When we get out in other communities up in the watershed, when we talk about you know, that land to water connection. So just getting people out on the water. We do that through recreational boating. We do that through fishing. That's some of the common resources that we see. And I grew up in Upper Michigan on Lake Michigan fishing, and my dad would always take me out on the boat, and we didn't have weather buoys. We didn't have GPS. There was a lot of technology in how we get out on the water, how we're safer when we do it, and how we, I'd say, lower the bar for people to just, hey, it's 5 o'clock, I want to take my boat out onto the lake. So there's been many technological advances that have slowly pushed their way offshore. There's a really big hurdle with marine work, getting instrumentation out on the water. So I think our history with getting out onto Lake Erie really started with actually the city of Cleveland having problems with bottom oxygen problems. This was in the early 2000s. They really struggled with treating water that was being sucked into the water intake. And it's not a new problem for Cleveland to be dealing with really rapidly changing water quality. So our work then from Limnotech was driving on a boat and collecting a water sample. So we really had to rely on people to get that out there and bring it back. We've since been able to put instrumentation and technology out there, and most of the origin of working on the Great Lakes comes from the federal government, from NOAA. We sort of waited until NOAA and the federal government united. You are now allowed to put batteries and solar panels out on the lake. And I always wonder why it took so long. You know, what was preventing this region from wanting to know what's at the bottom of the lake, what's happening there? You know, what does the federal government bring in that this community couldn't do? And it was a national look at the resource. It was a national, this is a resource for the country, and we need to know what's going on and protect it. So I think our history of monitoring the lake comes from a fascination of what's at the bottom. But our work has quickly transitioned to what's going on every minute of every day on every part of the lake. I think our technology approach has allowed us to build instrumentation that's smaller. We don't have to wait till the federal government gives us permission to do something. We can build it, pay for it, and stream data back to the people that need it. So I think our approach and our work, it worked for the Toledo water crisis. We got instrumentation out on the city of Toledo's water intake to monitor the lake. We've worked with every water treatment plant along the entire Ohio coastline has instrumentation in place to monitor the lake. Again, I asked, why did it take so long? And what aren't we doing today that I'm still wondering, why is it taking so long? Why aren't we monitoring more of the water moving through our communities? There's a whole, everyone can imagine the watershed of Lake Erie, all the streams, all the headwaters flowing to the lake. And there's a jurisdictional issue with, who cares about that water and what's in it, and where is it going next? Where is that water moving towards? We all know it's going to end up in Lake Erie or the Ohio River. So I think one of the big challenges that I pose to this group is how do we track that water and really care about what's going on with it all the way to the lake, so that land-to-lake connection. And that's really our approach with Freeboard is a technological, other industries are doing it, we can transfer tech, and we can put instrumentation into the power of people without waiting for the federal government.
So Ed, when you talk about instrumentation and automating this project, what does that look like? I mean, are these buoys? What do you strap on these buoys? How does that communicate to you? Does somebody have to go and, get the data off the buoy? What's that look like today?
Yeah, the best analogy that we have for this is just taking your cell phone and putting a life jacket on it. There's lots of sensors on your cell phone. There's batteries, there's a radio. So a lot of our instrumentation starts with that basis. We need those components. It also needs something to float on. And it's really a packaging problem. I've had real challenges with getting, I'd say, the attention or the interest of manufacturing and electrical engineers to help package and optimize those sensors and what that looks like and where it goes, so that solar panels are getting smaller, batteries are changing chemistries all the time, cell modems, there's probably 15 different ways to get a data packet back to the internet right now with commercially widely available technology. So we try and pick stuff that is advanced enough that we can use it in the water sector, but again, there's still way more technology in your cell phone and thought to how you could, text someone or post something on the internet than how we can do basic electrical and mechanical engineering for instrumentation.
Thanks. So moving over to Evie, I think of Limnotech as being that first responder. I got to know them during the Toledo water crisis. Anybody not know about the Toledo water crisis here? And it's okay if you don't. You're maybe not from here. Okay. Being responsive to this idea of a smart lake. One, what the hell is a smart lake? And two, what does it mean for somebody here in Cleveland or somebody in Lorain, as an example?
Thanks, Brian. Evie Holst. Just to remind everybody who I am, I wanted to talk about kind of the context of why this matters. It's sort of the big picture level. So, as Ed mentioned, we're a Great Lake here on Lake Erie. We are the shallowest of the Great Lakes. We're the most biodiverse of the Great Lakes. Lake Erie, a small piece of trivia for your next cocktail party, is a little bit smaller than the country of Belgium. And when we talk about that in other parts of the world, they're like, oh, wow, it's not just this little lake. But it also means because we're shallower, it means that we're also more vulnerable to different conditions. We have agriculture here, we have manufacturing here, we have drinking water dependent on Lake Erie. We support about 1/3 of the population of the entire Great Lakes is supported by Lake Erie specifically. And we're seeing changes with climate. So we're seeing, water levels going up, we're seeing warmer weather, warmer water, which is, really conducive to harmful algal blooms like we saw with Toledo. And because of that, that also means we need to monitor the conditions more closely. We need to be able to manage as things change quickly in order to protect all of these different economic and environmental interests in Lake Erie. So one of the things that Cleveland Water Alliance has been doing with Limnotech specifically, and their deep expertise in this, is to build out the infrastructure we need to enable more real-time monitoring. So, you know, as the benchmark, as Ed mentioned, is, you know, having to send people out into the water and to grab water samples, take it back to the lab. So if you think about the beach closings we hear about after a big storm, you know, that's somebody going out and taking water samples and bringing them back to the lab and running them. The analysis for E. coli at the lab could be 48 hours before you get the result. And when you get the result, if it's positive, there may be a beach closing. Well, what that means is when you hear about the beach being closed, that data is 2 days old. So it's already kind of too late, you know? And so how do we enable much more real-time insights? Like, you know, this is a real issue. This could actually, you know, if it's a harmful algal bloom with a toxic release, then you know, we need to know right away so our dog isn't running, you know, into a bloom and putting their health at risk, or E. coli is an issue. So if you think about, you know, your cell phone, if you're out somewhere in a rural area and you're like, wow, I can't get a signal, you know, one of the things that we needed to address for Lake Erie is to ensure you could get a signal to transmit data from a device. So we may have newer sensor devices that we could deploy, but we need to be able to ensure that that sensor device, wherever it's deployed, can get a signal to transmit the data to somewhere on the internet. And so CWA has been working with Limnotech to put that infrastructure in place. So just like, again, for cellular data, we put antenna on top of towers. You know, that's what our different ISP providers have been doing for cell. And we're doing that for Internet of Things sensor devices. And to date, over the last 18 months or so, we've together put in place about 6,200 square miles of coverage over Lake Erie. And that's a big deal. That hasn't been done before. If you see the map of the evolution of what we put in place, the map was like blank of Lake Erie, and now the map has like all this, you know, cloud blue coverage of the fact that you can now get a signal for your IoT device almost anywhere in the Lake Erie basin. So we can now deploy sensors at beaches and you know, ponds and lakes and rivers and on the side of a boat, you know, in a marina. And that gives us the opportunity to have much better insight into what's actually happening with our water. The other thing that's important about this too is that the sensors themselves, we're in a really early stage of the industry of emergence of what can be done with sensor technology. So, you know, historically we would have conservation districts or utilities, universities would purchase devices to track water quality that could be $50,000, $100,000. And so everybody's got limited budget. So you have to place those devices, that equipment, in very select areas. But the problem is wherever you place those pieces of equipment, it only is going to tell you about that place and not everywhere around that location. So a big thing that's been a huge interest between Cleveland Water Alliance and Limnotech and other partners is how do we see a breakthrough in bringing costs down for different types of devices so we can deploy 50 of them instead of 5? And how do we also identify where there are sensor opportunities that that just don't exist yet? Like E. coli, you know, there's potential innovators that think they have a breakthrough to be able to detect E. coli in real time, but, you know, we need to equip them with ways to trial their technologies and try it in a lake or a stream or open water on the side of a ship. So that's also a big role of Cleveland Water Alliance is how do we take this infrastructure that we've built and our partnership with Limnotech and the devices that CWA now has and deploys every year to make it a test bed for innovators from around the world. And that's a big thing that we've been investing in, again, over the last 18 months. We've brought in about 60 different companies for piloting their technologies in our smart Lake Erie watershed. 13 different countries representing, technologies from, a specific sensor to, new ways to transmit data, AI, artificial intelligence types of technologies. And the next question around all this is, okay, now if we can see what's wrong or where there's a challenge, how do we potentially automate a response so that we're ensuring that the city of Toledo doesn't have to shut down its entire water system to protect the citizens, that we're able to see it in advance and predict it coming, and being able to kind of change the chemistry if needed in water treatment and to alert residential or recreational users of our water sources.
I think that's a good passover to Abhishek. And, when we talk about Smart Lake Erie, it's really turned into the whole smart water cycle, which can go a lot of different directions. And, partners like Brown and Caldwell are these global leaders in thinking about that and automating that process. So just curious on your thoughts, your insights, and kind of where this is going.
I'll give a lot of information, right? So what we are seeing a lot more is water is the perfect example of a circular economy, right? You've heard this term, I'm sure, many, many times. And what we do at Brown Caldwell, and what I do, I'm a practitioner, right? So I want to make sure that the water that shows up in our taps, in my homes, and in many homes across the country, is safe. That I'm comfortable signing off on because, believe it or not, I'm a licensed engineer. I'm the lowest person on the totem pole. If something happens, it's my license that gets revoked. It's me who goes to jail, right? That's my liability, right? So as a practitioner, for me, the goal was how can I influence policy and innovation, right? To make my life simpler, because we're all selfish, right? At the end of the day, we got to remember that, right? So we got to make sure that our practice is secure and we are dealing with a resource that is absolutely circular. So the water we drink that comes from Cleveland Water, that treats our water, exactly is the water that the sewer district is putting out as effluent into Lake Erie, right? Just a classic example for us right here. Perfect circular economy situation. IoT is here to stay, it's not going to go away. And to add on top of that, in the US last year, we bought over $35 billion of bottled water. I mean, it's almost crazy, right? And we have adequate water resources. We have a perfect circular economy, and we are still continuing to buy $35 billion of bottled water. To add more complication to it, we actually, and a lot of people don't understand this, right? And I'll connect this to automation at the end and make it more technical. But the reality is that our water market as such is actually regulated by the SEC. So a lot of times people think like, what the hell has SEC got to do with public utilities, right? So public utilities go to the bond market, right? When you go to the bond market to raise money, you are immediately influenced by SEC. SEC says, I want to put a thumb on it. So now your data that is coming is part of SEC regulatory requirements. It does not even end there. The municipal bond market is a $4 trillion market. Trillion with a T, that's a lot of money. So what that makes more relevant is people like the Moody's, the S&Ps, the Fitch, the FM Globals who will underwrite your insurance, they all become relevant, right? Now I've given you a lot of different tenets of data, right, which is nothing technical with respect to what we talked about. But think about in terms of automation, right? As a utility, my liability is so high. So what that means is that S&P and Fitch is now even considering ESG reports as part of their asymmetric risk profiles, right? So what is an asymmetric risk I'm going to talk about? And you would think like from a practicing engineer, such information coming out is almost wild. Yeah, and I agree with this. Is like, I was not a part of any, I did not go to school for finance or public policy or half of the information, but it's by virtue of my practice, it's important for me to understand these tenets because they influence the decisions I make and the options I give to utilities on how they run their infrastructure. The circular economy is perfect, right? Getting my data so I can predict what I need to do in my facility, which I can tie in with very solid information that's already available, that's vetted, that is approved, and also secure and safe. That is ideal. I put these kind of components into my ESG report, saying I am taking this level of precaution, if I may say so, in how I'm producing my water, then that's perfect, right? That just adds a layer of security into how I'm going to get rated as a municipality, right? To give you an example, I can name the municipality, taking a half a notch or going from a AA to a AA minus, depending on, a 50, 30, $40 million bond you want to go raise, it's millions of dollars of money that you're going to lose over the next 15, 20 years. So these small elements, as insignificant as they may seem in the big picture, are huge dollar impacts. And the reality is, we can generate more energy. I cannot generate more water, right? The water is what we have, is what we have. That's just the reality. That's the resource we have. It's restricted, it's constrained. We got to be very mindful of how we use it and how technology adoption is, I almost feel, not an option. Technology is here to stay. IoT is going to be here to stay. The data security is going to become even more critical as other regulatory agencies start looking at it. And that's why I take you to some of the tenets of my engagement with DHS, right? So a controls engineer, what the hell is he doing at the Department of Homeland Security, right? So most of the cybersecurity regulations that come out, they come out of DHS. DHS is what recommends the DOE and other departments on what they need to do for cybersecurity. And the craziest thing for me was when I realized 3 years ago, the name of the committee was ICSJWG. It is the Industrial Control Systems Joint Working Group, and I was the only controls engineer on that committee, right? We had Apache helicopter pilots, we had Marines, we had Navy people from the Coast Guard, and there was not a single control systems engineer, right? So it's pretty wacky to know that we are still dealing with a still evolving domain. But again, the data needs to be secure because SEC wants it to be secure. But again, it's actually safety. A utility getting hacked, or somebody influencing, and everybody's heard about Oldsmar and the other kind of cybersecurity intrusions. This is a problem, right? It can impact public safety and can impact health. It can impact, how our water resources even sustained, for longer periods of time. So, I'm not trying to scare anybody here, but the reality is, and and this is all public domain information, so this is not a classified information. I do get classified information because of my role at DHS, but everything that I'm sharing here is unclassified, so please feel free to share it. It's public domain. But we are dealing with a real problem, right, in terms of how unsecure we are. One of the elements of my curiosity to engage with the Cleveland Water Alliance, with EB, everything was IoT is fantastic, and we have to find a way to make it more available. So Cleveland Water, when they use it to make their decisions, is comfortable and confident with it, that it is secure. Because, SAC will even require them to report any single intrusion or data loss going forward immediately. It's mandatory for them now. So these are things that are going to come with the technology comes with challenges, right? But I think those are opportunities for us to improve and embrace it. We can't walk away from these challenges. These are reality. IoT is here to stay. I'm never going to say no as a practicing engineer that I don't like the data. I love the data because it helps me design and run the facility better, right? But at the end of the day, how do I make sure that the data is secure? It meets regulatory requirements. And furthermore, how can I keep pushing the policymakers in the direction where they really understand this need and how it is advantageous to our industry? I can keep talking about data all day. So
let's see if anybody wants to respond. Otherwise, I've got a question. Ed?
Yeah, I'll just add on just the value of water. I think you're bringing up the value of water, and that's been really apparent in my work when people can't understand what's going on with the lake or it changes too fast. There's a risk with making the wrong decision, and that risk gets, if someone messes up at the water treatment plant, you're going to know within a few hours everywhere. It's like the value of that one person's decision. It's being made all the time, so that the value of the data that's monitoring the lake, that's treating the water, you can start attaching how we can incentivize or get more instrumentation out there when you can equate that data stream to a reduction in risk to securing and holding the value or the public trust. I think water might be more on a public trust, but I think that's been a really great part of our work with the Cleveland Water Alliance is establishing that. And when it comes to should the federal government put more buoys out, that becomes irrelevant because of the value of the water here right now. And these need to be here, regardless who pays for them, because we know the value of what happens when they're not there. So we've been trying to go through these exercises with where aren't we monitoring water, and where is there a lot of just inherent risk that we don't think there should be. People boating, someone takes a boat out, they're taking their whole family's life at risk with knowing what's going on, what's the weather, what's the waves. So simple data can really help people, and we've seen people get literally addicted to the data streams. We have a text message service. People can text these messages. There's people that text our buoys hundreds of times a week. They're texting it all the time. They want to know what's going on, and we can see through the web hits. And people don't know Brian. They don't know me. They know that data stream is there, and they know how to get it, and they know what the value is for them. So it's been a great exercise for us to keep going through these industries and dealing with water. And the value, you can see it when you start measuring it and you start lowering that risk.
I want to just say.
Go for it.
So I want to also talk just for a minute about where we want to go with all this. Because this is not a static story, and we think there's a real opportunity for this region as an Cleveland Water Alliance is an economic development organization. We just happen to do this as a cluster through the lens of water. But, we just spent some time with all these federal dollars coming out, really focusing in on innovation and how do we anchor some of the innovation and growth around Internet of Things here to this region? How do we anchor it here? And how do we become a center for global leadership in this and create new 21st century jobs around this and train our workforce, whoever you are in the region, to step up and fill these jobs? And the lens that Cleveland Water Alliance, along with our partners here, have decided to take is to really look at this question not just from the smart watershed or smart utility or smart industrial water use kind of lens, but as a water cycle, the way Abhishek was talking about it, because these are not disconnected. Everything flows through it. We have source water with Lake Erie, for example. It goes through our drinking water utility. It comes into our home. We have Moen here, is a global leader in home technologies. We have several home-focused water treatment types of companies here that are really interested in the question of how do we equip our homes to be smarter about what's coming into our homes? How do we equip our homes to be smarter about what's going out and back into, our sewer management, and then how all of that goes back into our watershed? And, we're looking at this from not just those different ecosystems, but the system that connects all of those things, and cybersecurity around that entire water cycle, and how we're equipping ourselves with the data we need to make smart decisions.
So I want to pick up on that and say this, you're starting to see examples of how data is used, but talk to me, anybody, about the role of this data in a more equitable society here in Cleveland, where communities have maybe been left behind in water infrastructure investment. Does data have a role to play there to help remediate that? And also, what is the role? You mentioned workforce, I think, Evie. We're struggling with workforce, and what does that look like? Not only, from an education standpoint, but from an equitable education standpoint.
So I'm going to jump on the workforce thing actually, and let my colleagues work on the other side. But this interesting experiment that we've been describing, where we're building out telecommunications backbone and putting sensors and devices into the water, is in a way, it's an experiment. We're like, this seems like we should do this. It seems like it's going to equip us for the 21st century resilience. But how do we get people to understand what we're doing? Because when you first talk about data coming off of IoT devices, it's so abstract. People are like, I know it sounds fine, whatever. But it's just like Ed was saying, when you start to just provide people access to that data, they get addicted. They're like, oh my God, you mean that's happening right now? And maybe I should steer my boat this way instead of that way. Maybe now we have insights that are going to change what I do today inside of the plant. But as we've been doing that, we're finding that people need to hire folks to help them deal with this data. They've got new streams of data coming in. They want somebody now that they want to hire inside of their organization to specialize in this, to add more sensors, to put up another gateway somewhere in order for them to put sensors in another place. Somebody who's good at data management, somebody who's good at analysis, who might be able to help them with AI, prediction types of things. So the demand we're seeing, again, just in the last 18 months, we're seeing more demand for people to come in and do that. So how do we deliver on that? So, we've been looking at a number of different paths to that. We're not very far along yet. CSU is certainly one. CSU is, a huge leader in this region around developing programming to bring workforce to the fore. But we've also been working with an organization called Argonaut. Argonaut specifically focuses on, Cleveland Metropolitan School District kids that may not even have been on the water at all, ever. So, them focusing on getting kids out onto the water and becoming familiar with our water and having pride and wanting to take on leadership roles about our water has been a key part of our program. And, with Limnotech, we've been getting them out helping with deploying buoys. And, we're interested in also building this out so they have a path to Cleveland State or to other universities here so they can build their skill sets and become data scientists and become the people who are our next generation of stewarding this future. Who wants it next? Yeah.
Brian, can you ask the first question again, or I can just elaborate on what Evie is saying?
So how can this data be used in smart ways when we look at communities that have been left behind from an infrastructure standpoint?
Fantastic. So just to give some ground reality, right? And I'll start with right here where we are sitting, because I happen to know a little bit about this. You've all heard about lead pipes, right? I mean, I think it's been folklore for those who have not heard about it. Back when we were building the infrastructure, lead was okay to use, right? All our pipes have lead. Practically every single distribution system that basically feeds water into your houses had lead. Progressively, there has been a guidance, and it's actually legislation you have to get rid of those lead pipes. It's not as easy, and you have to target where you replace your systems. To give you another flip side of the story, if you talk to any utility director who runs a utility, whether it's a water treatment utility or a wastewater utility, 80% of their budget is actually maintaining their distribution and collection systems generally. Very little money gets actually spent inside of treatment facilities where innovation doesn't really happen. So what does data have to do with all this? Data helps make some of those decisions. where do I spend this limited money that I have to maintain my infrastructure? Lead is a prime example. There are actually sensors that'll help you tell where you have the most dominant distribution system which has lead in it, because it's not only helping with public safety, it's also helping them make decisions on how they spend their dollars the best way. That helps their community, serves their mission, right? I think, Craig, you said, I think, the mission for a conservation district was to conserve everything, right? And for a water treatment, that's to serve water, right? And be most efficient, right? So as a public utility, I mean, whenever I sit as a practicing engineer, I sit on that side of the fence with them, right? Think like them. That's where data is helping them make those very targeted decisions, right? Water loss is a big topic, right? We are always hearing about, we have a big distribution system and 20-25% water loss, everybody will take that. It's almost wild. Like, you're producing water and 25% is great. I'm happy, I don't want to touch it, right? But again, can we get better? We are looking at some, communities which are like 40-60%. So for those who don't understand water loss, what that means is the water that is being produced or made by the treatment plant, only 40% is actually making, that means the 60% water loss. 60% is lost in the pipes, it's gone. What does that mean? It's again a circular thing, right? You're using more energy to pump it, to maintain your pressure zones. You're treating more water, so you're pulling more from your water resource. You have more effluent, you have more other chemical, everything is round, right? So data helps makes those decisions very simple, right? I can see this community is suffering a major water loss, I need to go in and fix these things. I have a lead issue over here. So, and generally we have seen, and I don't want to very generalize, but mostly, certain demographics and certain, kind of communities are more at higher risk than some of the other ones. And we just have to be aware of it, embrace it, and I think data is playing a huge role in making some of those choices and decisions for utility leaders and directors. And we are seeing it as a practicing engineer. I see that data, and that helps me make design decisions. That will eventually help the utility make those decisions, which is going to be the best way to spend their money, which is, again, very restricted, very constrained. I think embracing it is still a question mark. People are still uncomfortable with it. Reliable data is the key. How everybody is willing to embrace the data. I can tell you it's very hard to recruit as well. I mean, I can tell you, Brown and Caldwell, we are an employee-owned engineering and consulting firm. We have 3,000 people, but I cannot pay a data scientist the kind of money Google or Facebook would pay. That's just a fact. I'm not going to fight it. So you need people, as E.B. was saying, who understand what we are living with, who are passionate about it, right? And that's what it'll take to really bring in that workforce and talent as well, to make sure that we can use this information and use it the way 21st century expects us to use it.
I want to leave time for questions, so just one quick one, which is, all three of you have brought up security and cybersecurity at some point, but yet we want to make this data very accessible to developers for new products, new solutions. How do you balance that?
We're working on that.
I can go just real quick from the outside on the lake side. We're lucky that our sensors today aren't inside facilities. There's a little bit of a freedom we get with being outside, but that makes it subject to a different form of hacking, which is representing the conditions at a place that's not there. So there's all the environmental monitoring, the work we do, streaming wave data from not a real wave buoys. There's some issues there. I think my major concern is this extreme fractionization of this technology and how we have more of a central user group like the community of Cleveland. How does it understand its risks and its data for the sensors that are in and around it, that are owned? They're going to be owned by the federal government, by others. They're going to be all over the place, going 100 different directions. So it becomes a decision support issue, and I think you can address data security as you look at the inputs and outputs to that. So that's my approach.
I know you have a lot to say, so I've got a couple more things. So I think one of the things that we are seeing that's related is that the developers of sensors right now IoT sensors, a lot of them are developing their own interface to that data. And that puts at risk kind of refragmenting everything all over again, because realistically, people aren't going to switch different tabs on their browser for one parameter for them to look at. It's just not going to work. It's not realistic. So that's one issue. I mean, another issue too is that as soon as you bring, as Ed points out, as soon as you bring these sensors behind a wall, so inside of a utility or inside of an industrial manufacturing entity or inside your home for that matter, people don't want that to be public, and utilities in particular, need to be really careful about that. They need to be able to manage things, and they've got critical mission operations every day. They don't really want innovators in there either. They really don't, they want them somewhere else. To try stuff out. So that's part of that test bed thing that we're working on. But that whole question of, where do we enable the data to be accessible to more people, to learn from it, to innovate their technologies, I think, that's something we're certainly actively looking at. And I also think that there's going to be some version of this that comes from a meta level or at a simulation side of things, where we can sort of see simulation of different conditions, and that's then what we make available to some of these innovators.
And I'll just close with a couple of things on this, right? So we've all heard the term user-friendly, right? That's the common folklore we hear. I always talk about friendly user, right? As this information becomes more available, we need to do public education. We need to make the users more comfortable with dealing with, just how we transition from flip phones to smartphones, and I think that's going to be a big goal. Moreover, I can share an initiative that NIST is taking. For folks who don't know about NIST, NIST is a federally hosted standards committee that does a lot of standards and governance that helps policymakers and legislation. They're actually coming up with a model around cyber-informed engineering, right? So forget, everything we do for cybersecurity is after the fact. We try to protect what is already built, what is already constructed, what's already out there. We're taking a step further. We're actually going deeper, saying how do we even design stuff with security measures that is inbuilt? As I think Grace said, sometimes, public and federal agencies take a little bit longer, but it's for the better for all of us. It'll be a more robust product that comes out, and I think it's probably as early as next fall, we might have guidance on how engineers and firms and even data scientists can design stuff that is secured from a design perspective, not from a deployment perspective. So I think it'll help us all.
So we just got a few more minutes, so I'm happy to open it up for any questions. Yes?
Hey, Ed, you mentioned getting pinged by folks through the web, and I have to imagine you have moments where you might be really curious why you're probably getting 80% of your volume is coming from 20% of the folks. And I'm wondering if you've got any ability to reach out to these folks and say, hey, how are you using this data? What is your interest here? And have they come back to you with an answer that you go, we had no idea somebody would use this kind of data for that sort of purpose, and that's going to open up a whole nother window.
Yeah, I think most of these are just like personal. You just run across people, and the one thing about the weather buoys, when people see them driving through town, like they literally stop you, and they roll their window down and they go, "Hey, that's the weather buoy," and they get excited and they want to ask questions. So it's like this little phenomenon, and I'm sort of known as the buoy guy, and it's really exciting. But rainfall data, people want to know. There's a blueberry harvester in Michigan that he loves watching our rain data because he likes watching the storms coming off the lake, and he correlates that to his blueberries. Temperature. Everyone, fishermen watch that temperature like a hawk. They pay for temperature sensors to be put at the bottom of the lake, and they watch that for fishing trends. On Lake Erie, they watch it for turbidity. They get so honed in, and it's, I just call it the environmental signal. They don't quite know what NTU means or why the blueberries do this or something, but it's just how do they connect that data stream to their brain's AI of a decision that needs to be made. And that's I just call that experience. Like we just classically think of that, oh, that's someone's experience. So I think we can start embodying people's, enhancing their experience. And Cleveland is another good example. When they have to train a new water quality technician, he's not going to have 20 years of knowing what the lake does and how weird it gets, but he's going to have a live data stream from which to start seeing that and seeing all these little data things. So I think that's my easy answer is I don't know, but I know once we throw this data out there, people just start doing whatever they want with it. And we don't have the data behind a paywall. We don't have it right now behind an email sign up. I think there's some talks of how we grow and sustain this system and how everyone's used to signing in these days. So there are more opportunities to do that. It's a little bit, I go back to that federal government mode of free everywhere all the time. We don't know why, just taxpayer money. But when we start getting to that value proposition, we do need to know the value, and we do need to start figuring out how to make it a sustainable program.
So I'll conclude because we're pretty much out of time. Keep in mind a few things. There's some really exciting global-based technologies coming here to utilize these assets. Good example, French company and an international hardware company putting together a hypoxia early warning system for Cleveland water, a harmful algal bloom early warning system, trialing a real-time in situ, potentially, E. coli sensor. There's a great group of 3 students that spun out a microplastics technology from Case Western that are actually at a big conference of utilities being, in this case, not water utilities, but washing machines. So they're showcasing this technology right now in Germany, literally, as we speak. You would be shocked in a good way of the sort of stuff that's going on in the Skunk Works building at Moen. Same thing with Eaton, same thing with Connecticut. So there's a lot going on here, but what this group did that I'm really pleased with is they just submitted for an EDA Tech Hub proposal, and it wraps all of this work and takes it to that next level. This potentially, if successful, and it goes through a couple different phases, is $70+ million for this region. So when we look at this conference and policy and federal dollars, what we are trying to do here is to bring more dollars both from the corporate as well as the academic R&D in an applied way. That's what we're building here, and that's why companies from South Korea, Singapore, Israel, Europe are coming here to trial because of what these folks have built. So enjoy your afternoon, and as always, CSU. Thank you. Molly.
We got to be all about water. Because for me, the water issue is, I can sum it up in 3 words for me: preserving, protecting, and promoting. All leading up to the idea that we can promote it and promote water. And we do a good job in Ohio in promoting water in the sense of tourism. But that is just literally a tip of what we mean by the water economy. Because you name me an industry that doesn't need water. All kinds of manufacturing needs water. Hospitals need water. Agriculture needs water. We gotta be all about water. We have to sell everything related to water. Because there are companies in this country right now who are living in a drought-stricken area that have to ration when they receive water. So I'm gonna end it now. But this is really a charge to you. Talk to us. What do you need to promote the water economy? When you talk to the governor or the governor's cabinet, one thing you can say to them, we need to be on that phone every single day to companies saying, we have an abundance of water here in Ohio, and you come here. And I leave you with this. While we were all doing all kinds of different things to get intel here, My last meeting with them, they said to me this, kind of why Ohio won over out of everyone else? Because you guys had water. Thank you for forming the Ohio Water Partnership, because you're giving voice to something that a lot individually I see around the room that we've been having for a while, but the collective voice is always better.
Okay, so our last and absolutely certainly not least panel of today is going to be looking at the role of water in manufacturing. So our Water Fuels Ohio Manufacturing Panel was put together today by our partner, the Ohio Water Partnership, and Jim Samuel, who we are very fortunate to have with us today. I started out the morning by saying we were going to have some impressive panelists. That still holds true. I also want to say that throughout today, and I'm sure this panel, we also have some very thoughtful panelists here. And I'm really excited to hear what the folks on this panel are going to be talking about related to manufacturing, which we all know, as much as water is the heart of Northeast Ohio, manufacturing is also. And so the connection between these two is very, I think, personal for the region and the state. So I welcome you here today. Thank you very much, Jim.
Well, Molly, thank you very much, and thank you to the Levin College for for hosting us today. It's great to be back up in Cleveland. I actually grew up just a couple miles from here, and my first job was at 14th and Lakeside, so I probably could walk there in just a couple of minutes, so it is great to be here. My name is Jim Samuel. I serve as the Executive Director of the Ohio Water Partnership. We have an awesome panel here, but before I get to the panelists, I'm going to tell everybody just a little bit about the Ohio Water Partnership. So first of all, we're a 501c3 organization. We are very proudly funded and founded by the Joyce Foundation, the Cleveland Foundation, and the Gunn Foundation. I just want to thank John Mitterholzer from the Gunn Foundation and Stephen Love from the Cleveland Foundation are here with us today. Also with us today, Sean Kasich is walking around with the Water Partnership as well, and Craig Butler was one of the speakers earlier, as one of our board members. So feeling pretty much at home here. So that's kind of what the Water Partnership is, but what we really are is our members and all of the businesses that make up the partnership. So from the largest Fortune 500 companies in the state of Ohio to the incredibly important business associations really across the board, all the way down to home-based businesses. Any business that has an interest in water and good water policy is welcome as a member of the Ohio Water Partnership. This is just a selection of some of our growing members. You'll recognize a number of logos up there, I'm sure. Some particular ones to Northeast Ohio, the Greater Cleveland Partnership, Eaton, and many, many others that are up there. So just critically important to be bringing together this broad-based collection of businesses that really just share a simple focus that we all share an interest in preserving and protecting water in the state of Ohio. And what are we focused on? We're focused on public policy discussions. Here are some of the topics of things that we talk about and that we advocate for. A primary item that we are collectively supportive of and have rallied around has been the DeWine administration's H2 Ohio program. I know we've had folks here from the administration. I don't see Tiffany right now, but obviously that has been a tremendous program in terms of preserving and protecting the water resources in the state of Ohio. And it's important because you can't have the businesses in the state of Ohio unless you have water. And probably one of the most important businesses or business industries in the state of Ohio is manufacturing, and nobody knows that better
than the folks in Cleveland and Northeast Ohio. So of all of our membership, we thought the appropriate group to focus on today was the manufacturing community. And so very happy to have with us today Ann Aquillo, who's going to be representing the Ohio Manufacturers Association, and then Ann will be followed by Anya Ediger with Cleveland Cliffs, and then down at the end is Kevin Hoggett with Intel. So a great collection of folks. We're going to start out with sort of a high level about manufacturing, and then we're going to get into individual companies. One that's been in Cleveland for decades, for generations, and one that is brand new to the state of Ohio, but you know, certainly kicking off the water discussions. But before I jump to the panels, one last thing that I like to do. I love statistics, I love data, but I really like putting things into context, because I think that's what's really important. So we're talking so much about water today, but really we're talking about fresh water. So putting that into context, you know, we all learned in grade school that the earth is about 71%, the surface of it is covered with water. But 96.5% of that is salt water. So when you're talking about fresh water, it really only represents 3.5% of the surface water of the earth. And then bringing that a little bit closer, you know, you have the Great Lakes, and people have, you know, referenced the fact that the Great Lakes are about 21% of that 3.5%. 21% of that is the Great Lakes, and I think that really starts to put things into context about how important this region is. And that 21% makes up 84% of the fresh water in the United States. So as we're looking at business investments, I mean, really quickly, that 71% of the globe starts to get really small. And then one last statistic. Everyone's throwing out numbers, millions of gallons, billions of gallons, all of this stuff. But so I was trying to put this into something that my head could grasp. So Lake Erie, we all know it's the smallest volume of the Great Lakes, but it has 127 trillion gallons of water. And we're like, okay, that's great, that's a lot of water, but what does that mean? So 1 million seconds ago was 11 and a half days. I can remember what I was doing 11 and a half days ago. 1 billion seconds ago was 31 years ago. Okay, it's been a while, but I can still remember 31 years ago, and probably can. But 1 trillion seconds ago was almost 32,000 years ago. So that's 1 trillion seconds. We're talking about 127 trillion gallons of water. So it really is kind of amazing when you kind of put this into context. And with that, I think, you know, it's great to move things on to our panelists. And so Ann, if you can go first.
There we go. Thank you very much. I'll take the clicker. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to Cleveland State, to EDA. Thank you to Jim and the Water Partnership. And thanks to all of you. And thank you to my fellow panelists who are great individuals, and it's lovely to be up here. But thank you for everyone being here to participate in this conversation. The blue economy is a great topic, and it's something that I care passionately about. So I'm glad to be here today to talk to you about it. So I'm here as sort of the standard bearer for manufacturers. I'm here representing the Ohio Manufacturing Association today. And I'm going to give you a little bit of an overview, maybe not as much of a mind-bending exercise as Mr. Samuel did here next door, but I'm going to tell you a little bit more about our sector and what our impact is on the state to help you kind of put that into context, and then I'll wrap it into how that affects water and manufacturing. And then my wonderful colleagues to the left will be able to give you some more concrete examples. So the Ohio Manufacturing Association was founded back in 1910. We are the voice of Ohio manufacturing. And again, what is great about us is I'll give you a few little factoids about our membership. One of the things that I think is really interesting is we have a lot of different industries represented in manufacturing. The vast majority of the Ohio manufacturers relate to fabricated metal and machinery, but it covers a lot of different industrial aspects, paper, food, lumber, a lot of different things like that, retail, manufacturing. Another interesting thing, and Jim kind of alluded to this, is we have members from all across the state, but 42% of them are in Northeast Ohio. So again, when we talk about manufacturing, making Ohio strong, I'm a Cleveland girl by birth. Again, I think about manufacturing in Northeast Ohio, but we're blessed that we have it thanks to folks like Intel in lots of different parts of our state. And another really interesting thing about our membership that I don't think everyone always realizes is you kind of tend to remember some of those bigger names. I worked for Scotts Miracle-Gro for many years. We have Intel, we have Cleveland Cliffs, but actually our membership is about half divided by employers who have 50 employees or less. So we have a lot of small manufacturers that you might be thinking about, those smaller shops that maybe where you grew up. Those are the kinds of folks that are our members, along with big companies and kind of everybody in between. And that's what I think makes the Manufacturing Association such a strong, robust community. One of the things I love about a day like today is meeting people who don't do what I do and understanding different viewpoints. Even inside the manufacturing community, we are strongest when we learn from each other and kind of all of our different respective experiences. So that's one of the great things about the Manufacturing Association. And the biggest thing to remember about our association is we're the voice of manufacturing. So our mission is to protect and grow it, but that comes with a lot of different ways to interact. How can we provide support services and technical information? But more importantly, how do we make sure that people understand the challenges and the opportunity for manufacturing? So let me give you a couple of, I'm going to go through these really quickly, some factoids about manufacturing writ large in the state of Ohio. So Ohio is third in the nation when it comes to manufacturing jobs, which, let that sink in for a minute. There's a lot of big states out there, but we rank third. That's because we have a very strong legacy with respect to manufacturing, and as I'll talk about in just a second, we're having a real resurgence, maybe even a renaissance when it comes to the growth of manufacturing here in our state. In April, we had almost 700,000 posted manufacturing jobs, and these aren't just jobs, they're careers. Average salary is around $70,000. So these are great opportunities. I have a 12-year-old at home that I continue to remind her that making things is cool and manufacturing is just about that. So in addition to jobs and people, let's talk about the economic output of manufacturing. Kind of put this into context. On an average, $134 billion is contributed by the manufacturing industry. We are the single largest business sector here in the state. And here's the kicker, in the last decade, that's grown by $44 billion. So again, we have a strong history, but more importantly, we have something going on and we have an even stronger future ahead of us. And that is my favorite slide of my presentation, which is, so what's in the secret sauce? Okay, so we're gonna get to water here in just a second, but let me start with a couple other pieces to that. One is just what I've talked about, our legacy. We are a state that knows how to build things, and it's a piece of who we are. At the same time, our manufacturing industry has been smart about thinking, what comes next? What is Industry 4.0? Which is a very fancy way of saying AI, robotics, Internet of Things. What can we do to improve those processes and do it more efficiently? We also have been extremely blessed with our leadership here in the state of Ohio. So whether you look at Governor DeWine or the Lieutenant Governor and their mission to help support manufacturing writ large, we've also been largely supported by the state legislature. The governor and the lieutenant governor can come up with great ideas, but those have to be supported by our policymakers. And we have been extraordinarily blessed, lucky, maybe a little bit of both, that they have seen the importance in investing in this sector. And that comes with two other really quick pieces I want to touch on, which is the idea of collaboration. So our industry sector partnerships, Magnet is a great one here in the Northeast Ohio area, which is really creating the connectivity between manufacturers, educators, the workforce, working together to fill those gaps. And then also some of the things that we've been able to fund through the recent state budget, Tech Cred, the All Ohio Future Fund, career tech education. These are all great things that are happening to help our sector, and they come with the idea of bringing more people into it. The last thing I want to touch on, and then I want to talk really quickly about a couple of success stories, is the idea that we have a fantastic climate and location. Look, if you ask any company, where do you want to go? Well, I need land. I need good people. I need a temperate climate. Oh, and probably there's this thing called water and natural resources, which could also be really helpful. We are extremely blessed that we have that here in the state. While we have it, we're also smart at managing it. H2 Ohio, which I know Joy talked about earlier, is a great example of that. But manufacturers aren't just waiting for policymakers to make those decisions. We have a number of companies who are part of our membership who are doing all kinds of good things when it comes to water and manufacturing. And I'll break it really quickly, and this will be my last place to wrap up. Manufacturing can be important in a couple different ways when it relates to water. One is when you think about water going into manufacturing. So let me give you two quick examples. Eaton Corporation, everybody knows that, that's a Cleveland company, power management. One of their sustainability initiatives related to water is the idea of a zero net discharge at 10% of their facilities by 2030. This was their big commitment. I got news for you, it's 2023, they've already hit the goal. They're ready to go to the next step. They know it's important to be thoughtful about how they use their processes and how to do less water, and in this case, discharge less as they do those processes. Anheuser-Busch, another member of the Water Partnership, what's the number one ingredient in beer? Water, right? Well, Anheuser-Busch made a commitment over the last 15 years and has reduced their water usage by 70% at their facilities, kind of across the board. So again, efficient operations, but smart use of a natural resource. And then my past employer, Scott's Miracle-Gro, didn't use water in their manufacturing, but they're the other end of the spectrum. How do you make sure that you have clean, abundant water to interact with products like lawn and garden? One of the things I was most proud of when I worked for that company was the idea that product reformulation can affect water quality and water quantity. Scott's took the lead in 2011 and took out phosphorus out of their lawn fertilizer, and then also increased their slow-release nitrogen to ensure that inner waterways and coastal waterways had the benefit of better water quality. They also do a great job of working with partners. I'm sure my colleagues to the left are going to talk about that as well too. One of my great moments was working with the Water Partner Network, which was 17 NGOs across the country. A couple of them I think are in the room. I know the Ohio Environmental Council is here. Nature Conservancy was another one, to make sure that there's good dialogue with manufacturers. What are your issues? What do you see about our products? And more importantly, how can we work together on conservation efforts? So I think the most important thing to take away here is that water does mean business. Water definitely means manufacturing. But most importantly, companies like all of the members at the OMA and our great colleagues to the left understand the importance of water and being good stewards of it. So there we go. I'll pass it over to our next panelist.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks again for having us. Okay. First, just by way of introduction, for those who aren't familiar with Cleveland Cliffs, we are the largest flat-rolled steel producer in North America. And we are an old company, founded in 1847 here in Cleveland, Ohio, so we've had a long presence in Cleveland. And for most of our history, we mined and processed iron ore as a raw material feedstock for the steel industry. In 2020, we acquired the assets of our two largest customers to become the largest flat-rolled steel producer. And so now we're fully vertically integrated. We have our own raw material feedstocks for steel making, like iron ore, hot briquetted iron, scrap. We make steel, we do downstream finishing, coating, tooling, stamping. And we are the largest supplier of steel to the automotive industry, so that's a major end market for us, but we also make steel for numerous other applications. So electrical steels, tin plate for cans, steel plate for infrastructure, defense applications, windmills, galvanized steel, steel for appliances, you name it. And water is integral to the steel industry, whether it's being used in our process or for us, water is also really important as a mode of transportation. So you need really look no further than our footprint, which tells that story. So the red dots here are integrated steel mills, which use iron ore that is mined and processed in northern Minnesota and northern Michigan. And that's moved on freighters via the Great Lakes to the steel mills. And most of those have been, have had some sort of presence for decades, if not, over a century. And they were placed there because of the efficiency of moving materials on the Great Lakes. So I saw a statistic that it can take 700 rail cars to move 70,000 tons of cargo, or alternatively, one laker, one freighter. And this is the Cleveland Works steelmaking facility here in Cleveland, which is on the Cuyahoga River. We also receive our iron ore pellets at the bulk terminal west of Whiskey Island. That's transloaded onto slightly smaller freighters that can make the about 3-hour journey up the Cuyahoga River. So it's not terribly far in distance, but you know, the big freighters navigating the winding river can take some time. So you can see, I think, one of the freighters offloading pellets here. And as I mentioned, while the steel mills have been around for a long time, you know, water as transportation still really rings true today. So Cliffs completed a $1 billion investment in a direct reduction plant in Toledo, Ohio, which was finished in 2020. And we make what's called hot briquetted iron at this plant. It's been a key raw material in helping us drive down our carbon emissions in the steelmaking process. And when thinking about siting this plant, you know, the presence of infrastructure was important, be it energy infrastructure or also, you know, water infrastructure. And we are located right next to the Port of Toledo here. So you can see we have our, there's another freighter there offloading pellets, which help us make the hot briquetted iron. And you know, I would say with this investment, I think it sort of demonstrates our bullish outlook on the future of manufacturing in Ohio. I think water as an asset plays into that outlook, and one area that could really impact the steel industry is the expansion of the future hydrogen economy. So I know we heard a little bit about that earlier today. Cleveland Cliffs is a member of what's called the Great Lakes Clean Hydrogen Coalition, which has applied for designation by DOE and funding to produce and use hydrogen, which we could use at our Toledo plant. And that would produce hydrogen via electrolysis. So that's the splitting of hydrogen and oxygen in a water molecule with clean nuclear power. And so again, you know, I think the fact that we have abundant water here supports the development of a hydrogen economy here. And lastly, I will just say that while we are a user of water, you know, we're cognizant that it's important to sustainably manage it and use it responsibly. And so here you see our statistic that we recycled over 620 billion gallons of water across our operating footprint last year. And not only do we implement projects to, you know, recycle water at our facilities, we partner with members in the community to do things, to fund projects like stormwater infrastructure or organizations that do invasive species control, improve water quality. So what I listed here was the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. We're a major funder of that organization, and in particular their Sustain Our Great Lakes program, which sort of highlights how we invest in those types of projects.
Thanks, Anya. My name's Kevin Hoggett. I am the Director of State Government Affairs for Intel here in Ohio. And thanks to Cleveland State University for hosting this and Jim pulling it together. CSU is actually one of our education workforce partners in what we call the Semiconductor Education Research Program, which is the $50 million we're spending on workforce in Ohio. They're part of an initiative that's it's TechNet Northeast Ohio that Lorain Community College is leading, but it is an honor to be here at CSU. And it's great to see my former colleague Karen Kandinsky in the back. She and I had the honor of working together for about 12 years, I think it was, in our previous jobs with U.S. Senator Rob Portman. So Intel is investing over $20 billion to build 2 leading-edge semiconductor manufacturing facilities, or fabs as we call them in the business, down in central Ohio in Licking County. And you know, we're building it in central Ohio, but we really view this as a statewide project. It's the largest investment in Ohio history. We have hundreds of suppliers across the state, including many right here in Northeast Ohio, both on our construction side as well as on the operations side, supporting our other operations facilities that are up and running around the country. We also view this as a significant project on the national and global scale. And I also want to thank the Department of Commerce and EDA for sponsoring this event. The U.S. Department of Commerce has been an incredible partner in their advocacy for the CHIPS and Science Act, which is incentivizing investments just like the one that Intel is making here in Ohio. We're in the process of applying for that funding, and the funding from the CHIPS Act through the Department of Commerce is critical to Intel's future in Ohio. So thank you for being there. When it comes to water, we really use it for two main principles. One, and it's similar to Cliff's, logistics of building our fabs. It takes about 3 to 5 years to build a project of this magnitude. And we're bringing in a lot of, some of the stuff we're getting, like all of our rebar from Northeast Ohio and driving it down to the site. But some of our larger pieces of equipment have to come in via water. So one exciting thing I got to do in my first year with the company is working very closely with ODOT here in Ohio to say, hey, how do we get stuff to the site? What are the best routes if we have certain height restrictions or width restrictions? And what's likely to happen with a lot of our larger items, they will either come up the Ohio River and then be offloaded somewhere either east of Cincinnati or up further east and come in from the eastern part of the state, or they will come through the St. Lawrence Seaway through the Great Lakes and be offloaded at one of our ports along the north coast. So water is critical to getting construction materials to our site. A few pictures here just for reference. This was our groundbreaking last September. We dug out the two sub-utility trenches, which are kind of like the basements. They're about 40 feet deep and 600 feet across. You can see the tents, the two white tents up there. Those fit thousands of employees in them for lunch in terms of scale. And really this summer we've been putting in rebar and pouring concrete. And this is a couple months old. We're now kind of sticking out above the ground. But you can kind of see the construction is well underway. We have billions of dollars that are being deployed right now as we build the two fabs. And ultimately, this is what it'll be. If you drive by, you might think it's a convention center. It's not super noisy. It is a clean room where we use high-tech equipment using light and etching and planing to build up these semiconductors at a nanometer and even angstrom scale. So I mentioned water on the construction side. One of the reasons that Intel chose Ohio is our availability of water in Central Ohio. And I want to be clear that all of the water we will use in operations will come from Central Ohio, from the Hoover Reservoir. We will not be pulling any water from Lake Erie, and I believe we're actually legally prohibited from doing that. So all of our water comes from the Hoover Reservoir, and we get it from Columbus. And then we'll purify it. We basically take all of the minerals out of the water and create this ultra pure water. And after each step of the manufacturing process, we rinse that wafer off with super clean, ultra pure water, collect it all on the back end, recycle it several times, use it in our cooling towers, clean it up on the back end, and then send it back to Columbus. So, if you think of the manufacturing process, we're really taking a pure silicon wafer and printing up the chips on it, and each step in the process, it gets cleaned off. You give it a little bath after each process step along the way with this ultra pure water. So similar, our number one goal is reducing the total amount of water we need in that process. We've invested significant amounts in that ultra pure technology to the point where we're about 90% efficient in turning the water we get from the city of Columbus into pure water, ultra pure water that we can use in the manufacturing process. Second is we recycle and reuse it as much as we can in the process. We're actually building a water reclamation and treatment and reclamation facility on our site for this specific purpose, to clean it up and then to recycle it several times as we're using it. And then finally, restore. So if you think of restore, it's all about our goal of being net water positive by 2030. And you might say, what does net water positive mean? Well, we want the water we give back to the watersheds in which we operate to be greater than the fresh water that we're pulling in. And for phase one, which is the first two fabs that we're building, it's about 5 million gallons a day that we'll be using. That gets recycled up, and we give it back out on the back end. And the difference, what we lose to evaporation, it's different in the summer months than in the winter, but basically the annual difference that we lose to evaporation and other causes, we will invest in projects in the watershed in which we operate to restore that water back to the watersheds. Ohio is a little unique for us because we're actually, our site splits the Upper Scioto watershed and the Licking River watershed. And then Hoover Reservoir, where we actually will, the source of our fresh water is in the Big Walnut watershed. So we actually will have 3 watersheds that we will be doing these type of restoration projects in. And I was asking our team, give me some examples of what these are. My favorite one is there's we have a site in Arizona, and the Verde River that leads into Phoenix has issues during the hot summer months where it gets super dry, has impact on the aquatic life. And we financially incentivized farmers in the region to switch from summer alfalfa to winter barley, which uses less water, and it also takes the water at a time when it's more bountiful in the river. That way, during the summer months, the water flows better through the Verde River. And we helped with a malt plant where they're now, instead of growing alfalfa in the summer months when it's hot, they're growing the winter barley in the winter, and then they're turning that into malt that's used by the craft breweries in the region. So it's helping with conservation and helping the economy. And I thought that was a really neat example of these types of restoration projects. And then the other point I want to make is we believe in transparency on our water usage. So this is a slide of Intel's global usage for 2022. We actually provide all of this data on a site-by-site basis. And when we are already net water positive for the United States and India, we have a goal to be net water positive globally by 2030. And in order for a country to be net water positive, every individual site in that country has to be net water positive. So you can see here, the lower left, we bring in about 10.2 billion gallons a year of fresh water. We also, in Israel, we do some desalination. We collect the rainwater that falls onto our sites and put that into the process. And then some sites we buy some reused water from other industry. And so all of that comes in on the left side, and then on the right side you'll see our water out. So we send about 9.4 billion gallons, globally back into the watersheds. But we also in 2022 invested to restore about 3 billion gallons in those watersheds. That is not necessarily coming from our manufacturing facility, but it's partnerships like the one I mentioned. The Arizona one I mentioned was a partnership with the Nature Conservancy, but Trout Unlimited, those types of groups. And we've invested over $1 billion in these types of projects in recent years. And as we grow in Ohio, as I mentioned, it takes 3 to 5 years to build the factories. So we're not really using any of this water right now. But as we grow, Ohio will start to see the full weight of our investments in that water restoration. So I know we're talking with several environmental entities, some who are in the room, the state of Ohio, on ideas of what that could look like once we start shifting from construction into operations into the years ahead. And finally, I wanted to leave you with a couple pictures of some of my colleagues in Ohio already doing volunteer work in the region in central Ohio. So we did a river cleanup day. We did a lot of events for Earth Day, and as our employee presence and our manufacturing presence grows in Ohio, so too will our investments on the sustainability and conservation side.
Well, thank you. This has been fantastic. So I have a few questions for the panelists to get some conversations going, but I also think it's really important to interact with all of you. You've been here all day. You probably have a lot of questions. So I know there's a microphone floating around. So I'm going to start with the first question, but I'm going to keep glancing out. And if we have a question from the audience, we're gonna jump to all of you. So the first question I want to ask is about growth and optimism. Obviously, we've heard a lot about just the climate presentation earlier this morning. I asked the question, wow, there's like no coloration over Ohio. Is that because we don't have the data, or is it because people should be investing in Ohio? And the short answer was people should be investing in Ohio. So with that in mind, talk to me from your association and from your company perspectives about about the growth in manufacturing in Ohio and maybe how water is helping that. Obviously, you guys have been here since the 1800s. We welcomed you a few months ago. So it's not just your companies; it's your suppliers, it's your customers. So where do we see growth in this area?
Well, I would just say, I think COVID really highlighted the benefits of onshoring supply chains and having domestic supply chains, and we've seen, a wave of kind of onshoring American manufacturing, which we think is great. And at the same time, I think we're seeing a lot of federal investment in things like, grid modernization and potential expansion of, EV vehicles. And at Cliffs, we're prepared to supply some of those with our steel. And so I think when you just think about, the expansion of any manufacturing, the importance of water to that sort of, supports our optimistic outlook on that.
I'd say Intel is very optimistic on Ohio. Our long-term vision for our presence in Ohio, our site's about 926 acres. So while we're investing more than $20 billion to build 2 fabs, the site can accommodate up to 8 or more. So if you look at what we have done in our other sites around the country, where we tend to invest, we tend to continue to invest. And I think we will be growing in Ohio for decades to come. And as I mentioned earlier, we just went through this site selection process where we looked at 47 different states and narrowed it down. And you look at everything from cost of living to infrastructure to talent and workforce. We chose Ohio. It rose to the top. As Ann mentioned, we have a wonderful governor and lieutenant governor, a business-friendly legislature. And I think it is, I've heard the governor use the refrain that it's Ohio's time to shine. You look at, electricity, water, cost of living, talent, and compared to some of the coasts, Ohio has a lot to offer, and that's one of the reasons that Intel chose Ohio.
And I'm going to jump onto that. That was exactly what I was thinking the whole time is it's Ohio's time, and you can't help but be enthusiastic when you hear our leaders talk like that. I think we have great companies represented here, and Anya, you just touched on the idea of the EV expansion, everything that happened. So I worked in and lived in Union County for a long time. Honda is a huge example of a great manufacturer, a huge supplier network that now has a new battery plant that they're partnering with in Fayette. So again, spreading that supply chain, again, thinking about the future, moving manufacturing forward, and we could spend time talking about biosciences and so many other industries that are kind of the +1 into manufacturing. There are so many great things that relate here, and it does go back to all of those critical things that Kevin talked about.
The only other thing I would add is that, as we talk about resilient supply chains, and especially in the semiconductor industry, the United States used to make all of the chips. In the 90s, we made about 40% of the world's chips. Today, it's down to about 11 or 12%. So, this part of the state of Ohio stepping up and competing for Intel, and the federal government stepping up with the CHIPS Act, it's a clear signal that, today, over 80% of the chips come out of one part of the world. There is a single country in Asia that produces almost all of the highest end chips. We are trying to kind of reverse that trend of where those chips are produced, and we want to produce more of them here in America, right here in Ohio, and that's what the CHIPS Act is all about.
Great. We've heard the word infrastructure a couple of times, and you mentioned the LG Honda battery factory. Two of the largest economic development announcements in the last year have been that plant and Intel. And the state of Ohio and Jobs Ohio and the governor and others really highlighted water in those. And both of them required significant water infrastructure for that growth. So, in that infrastructure vein, the Water Partnership has been incredibly focused on the need and expansion of infrastructure in Ohio, water infrastructure in particular. What are some of the needs that you all see in the water space for infrastructure, for the growth that we all expect to see coming?
And I would say the state stepped up in a big way and is supporting our water reclamation and treatment facility. So, as we come into this, we talked about reducing the amount we use, recycling it along the way. The state is helping, incentivize us to do that through a water grant. And they're also helping provide connectivity. I mentioned we're getting all of our water from the Hoover Reservoir, but that water needs to get delivered to the site. So they helped, part of the incentive package was helping provide some of that water to our site. And I think, now that is unlocked, we have room to grow at the site, but I think, you know, getting it there in the first place was huge. And it also isn't just us. I mean, there are 30 to 40 suppliers that will come to Ohio. You know, one of the things about Intel coming here is, you know, we say we're building the Silicon Heartland, and all of our workforce efforts, the development, it's not just for us, it's for the whole industry that's coming, because there are 30 or 40 companies that need to be you know, near where we operate. Some of them will be across the street, some of them will be a couple hours drive away. So I think as we grow in Ohio, all parts of the state will see some benefit from that.
I think one of the great things too, and you just saw it in the most recent state budget, was the All Ohio Future Fund. So again, continued state investment. So again, an Intel comes along, this will allow the state to also prepare those job-ready sites so we can have, we love Intel, we'd love you to bring more friends, for sure, more manufacturers. So again, the idea of the state investing in that infrastructure so we can make sure that more of those companies can be welcomed into our state borders and bring those great jobs and that sustainability with them.
And those infrastructure investments, I think, are critically important. They start with companies like Cliffs and Intel. So it's improving the harbors and the docks for Cliffs, but then how many other small companies are going to benefit from that? And it's, you know, it's bringing that huge wastewater system out to rural Licking County for Intel, but how many smaller manufacturers or housing developments are going to be able to benefit from that big investment? So infrastructure is just critically important in the water growth in the state.
Yeah, and I would just sort of go back to my theme for, you know, water as transportation. You know, Cliffs is supportive of investments in water infrastructure. For example, you know, the current project underway to build redundancy at the Sioux locks, so you can have, you know, 2 locks that can move the largest freighters, or, you know, local projects here that are going to help maintain the navigability of our waterways, like the Irishtown Bend stabilization or Cheers, that's going to beneficially reuse dredging materials and, you know, expand our parks at the same time.
Anyone want to jump in with a question?
So, general question for just both of you from Intel or Cliffs, you know, what is the biggest environmental challenge you foresee with respect to water that you need to tackle, either heads-on or down the line? And secondly, are you worried about PFAS regulation coming in?
I'll jump in first. So the semiconductor industry globally is estimated to believe to use, I think, less than 1% of the PFAS that's used. We have part of this water treatment and reclamation facility is, you know, filtering out and separating over 90% of the small amount that we do use. But it is a critical part of our manufacturing process. We are investing significant funds to try to remove it completely, and have removed a lot of the you know, more dangerous types of the PFAS strands, but that is something that we are working diligently on doing. The other is ultimately we would love to have a closed loop water system where, you know, we can just recycle it indefinitely. I know there's a lot of efforts being spent on that, but we're not quite there either. So I think that's one, and then just, you know, being a good steward of the water. And I think as we grow in Ohio, finding the right projects to invest in is something we're going to be working on. Out west, we have issues with availability of water, and I think you have more. And here, it's more quality of water. So in Oregon, we've done some projects, essentially diverting rivers into wetlands to slow the flow during high flow events and improve the water quality. We haven't landed on what exactly our Ohio projects will look like, but if I had to predict, I think it's going to be around water quality and improving the quality of the water in our watersheds.
Yeah, your PFAS question maybe is stepping a little bit outside of my area of expertise, but, you know, with respect to, you're talking about recycling water, I can just say, you know, I know that we have some projects underway at our Cleveland Works facility where we do things to recycle, like, you know, harvest rainwater for water use at certain parts of our mill, and then you know, one of our critical water users is our powerhouse at the Cleveland Works facility, and we invested over $70 million there to bring on a new generator. And as we work through that project, the goal would be to ultimately recycle, I want to say roughly 95% of the water at our mill.
That's an important thing in the fact of how it's going to be measured, and I think the biggest thing, trying to wear sort of all manufacturing hats at the same time, is the idea of consistency. I think the thing that's hard right now is you see states going certain directions and the feds going a different way. When I think about a company that operates in a lot of different jurisdictions, being able to know that things are consistent and they're measured across it the same way, I think is really important. It's a little more very industry specific, so I think it's a harder question for me to answer, but I do think trying to marry those up and understand that measurement while companies are also trying to be really good water stewards will be important as we go forward on that challenge.
And I'll just throw in, I'm not a scientist, I'm not an expert on PFAS, but I've had a lot of conversations about it because obviously it's one of these next policy discussions that's going to be talked about. And if I could say there's a good thing about the PFAS discussion, it's that a lot of it comes down to funding and financing. So having talked to some larger water systems, you know, as they explained to me, the technology exists. So it's not like there's a black box that we have to solve. It's how do we get those black boxes into the right place and how do we pay for them? So it appears to be a solvable issue. It's just, you know, what are we going to do about it from the policy side? So, speaking about policy, we've mentioned a lot of policymakers. We've mentioned Governor DeWine a couple of times. His administration has taken on water quality like we've never seen before. Obviously, the Taft administration that we work for, you know, put in place the Great Lakes Compact, which was tremendous for getting a lot of this moving forward. Governor DeWine with the H2 Ohio program. We started our panel with a video of Senator Matt Dolan, who was giving his talk that he calls the water economy. One of our other great partners, bipartisan, is your other state senator from up here, Kent Smith, tremendous supporter of the lake and water quality issues. And we've done a lot of work with both of those senators as well as many other representatives. But if you all were to, you know, deliver a message, which I know you all do, but if you were all to deliver a message to our policymakers, whether it's the governor or the legislature or the regulators, what are some of those high-level policy things that, I mean, Ohio is obviously doing a lot of good things, but what are maybe some of those other things that we should be doing or that we need to be looking to in the future? You know, what are sort of those next steps that our policy leadership needs to be thinking about?
The one that we have worked very well with the administration on already that I hope they continue is their investment in workforce. And I know this isn't specific to water, but you know, we're getting to a point where there are more jobs in Ohio than there are people. And when you look at our 3,000 workers that we'll have at our site, about 1,000 of those we will bring in from our other sites that have 10 plus years of experience in the industry. They'll bring their knowledge to Ohio and become Ohioans. The second 1,000 we will hire here in Ohio, have them go out to Arizona or Oregon for 6 months or so to learn the systems, learn how to do the job, and then come back here. And then the final third we will hire and train here in Ohio. But as I think Ann mentioned some of these earlier, but the recent budgets, investment in, you know, super rapids and tech cred and career tech schools, I think is a huge step in the right direction, making sure we have that talent that all employers need. And I hope that continues. And then the other I would just say is continue the, I guess, predictability on the business environment. And I think Ohio has been pretty good on that recently, and I hope that continues.
Yeah, I echo that on workforce development. I would say, you know, since Cliffs acquired our steelmaking facilities, a lot of times, you know, with that type of acquisition, there's angst about what that means in terms of will there be some sort of job consolidation. But for Cliffs, the story was in fact, you know, the opposite, and we added thousands of jobs shortly after acquiring the facilities. And so, you know, there are certain fields in manufacturing that we want to make sure people are aware of, they're excited about, they know that these are good paying jobs, and further developing that.
And I'm going to jump off the same cliff with them, so Cleveland Cliffs, whatever, maybe that just jumped into my mind. The idea of workforce, but I think we just had the Lieutenant Governor come to OMA's government relations meeting, goodness, just yesterday. And I think one of the things he said that really struck a chord with me, and I think you guys have all touched on this, which is the idea of including more people at the table when we talk about workforce. So I think Ohio is fantastic. Born here, raised here, never left here. We are an incredibly blessed state. I think it is getting to my 12-year-old and her 10-year-old friend and how many kids we can get to understand that manufacturing is a really great opportunity, and being able to be engaged in that workforce it's a wonderful lifetime career. I think the other thing too is to just enjoy the fact that we're sitting at a time when Ohio is really well poised to do some really amazing things. I think we're already there right now, but it just feels like there's so much more coming to us. Again, things that are underway that haven't even totally fully opened up yet. We just have so much that's going to be wonderful opportunities for our upcoming generations, but also to include people who maybe haven't been there before, folks who are coming out of prison, getting those populations involved in the workforce in a positive way. How can we upskill and retrain people who have maybe been displaced over the last few years? How do we make sure that we invite all those people to the table, and that, again, sort of that shared ownership and that sense of community, and being proud of that here in our state?
So, and I will add something from the water partnership perspective. So, related to workforce, we hear a lot about affordable housing, and not even affordable housing, but just housing in general has been a huge issue in the state of Ohio. A new state senator, Senator Michelle Reynolds from Columbus, she has a housing task force going on right now. And we've had some great discussion from the water partnership perspective where in certain parts of the state, they refer to housing policy issues that are holding people back. And for example, areas where you'll have 3 or 5 acres per home. Well, it's not that the area wants McMansions built. It's the fact that in most cases, they're drilling a well for water and they're putting in a septic system. And so as we've dug into some of these problems, it's not really a housing policy issue, it's actually a water issue. It's a water infrastructure issue. And that if you just ran a water line and a sewer system into this area, you could build out, apartments and condos and single family homes and have more high density housing. So water really does enter into that workforce discussion.
And that's exactly the kind of workforce we're going to need to populate all of these different corporations, the smaller ones and all the new ones to come, for sure.
Exactly. Here we go.
Yes.
Back to the audience.
Thank you very much for being with us today. I would be remiss if I didn't ask Cleveland Cliffs and Intel a bit about hydrogen and their, over the next 5 to 10 years, their demand for hydrogen for their Ohio operations. For Cleveland Cliffs, you've got the capability to use hydrogen for your direct reduction at Toledo. Have you established targets for what percentage of that production might come from hydrogen, like a certain percentage by 2030 would be hydrogen? And then in the case of Intel, I understand in general globally you're looking at extreme ultraviolet lithography for chip manufacturing, which is much more dependent on hydrogen. Would you deploy that for your Columbus fab facilities? If so, how much more might your hydrogen demand be under that sort of manufacturing process?
So I don't have specific, quantities. So you're right. Our Toledo direct reduction plant is basically hydrogen ready. So 30% of the natural gas we use can be replaced with hydrogen with no capital investment or modification to the plant. And then we think about up to 70% with some minimal investments could be replaced with hydrogen. So that's the direct reduction plant, and at the same time we see the opportunity to replace natural gas usage at our blast furnaces. And we conducted a trial successfully in May of this year at our blast furnace in Middletown, injecting hydrogen. And of course, with that, you have the release of water vapor instead of carbon. And we anticipate conducting another trial at another one of our facilities. So we are a member of the Great Lakes Clean Hydrogen Hub as a potential off-taker, and then also engaged in discussions with one of the hubs in Indiana, the BP Constellation Hub, there. So it's an exciting opportunity, but we are waiting for the hydrogen to be available and economically available to use.
So we will have the most advanced technology here in Ohio. We haven't said exactly what technology that is, but yes, it will have the extreme EUV machinery in it. I am not aware of how much hydrogen that uses versus other lithography means, but I'm happy to look into it.
So technology, I do want to ask a quick question about this. And the Cleveland Water Alliance, you guys covered technology issues very well. It was great to hear all of that. But Kevin, I'm going to put you on the spot for one quick question, because I found it so fascinating when we were talking about it. Intel has to clean up the water so much that you actually are using like pure H2O, like there's nothing else in it. Talk about that for just a second, and the fact that like you can't even necessarily release that because it's so pure, it's actually not even good for the environment to release like the pure H2O.
So the simple way to describe it is, and I often get this question around like, why do you need a clean room environment? So we're building, it's like 600,000 square feet of clean room space that the machines will operate in. And the reason for that is when you're building up these circuits, it is at a nanometer or even into an angstrom scale. 2 nanometers, for example, is the amount of time the distance your fingernails grow in about 2 seconds. So, that's how small of a scale that we are printing at. And the extreme ultraviolet lithography machine is basically using light to print. If you imagine looking through a microscope and it zooms in, flip it around, the other way, if you shine light through it, it's zooming out or shrinking it down. So we take a laser and shoot a droplet of tin, and then the light that comes off of that goes through a filter, and what's filtered out blocks, and what goes through hits the chip, and it is it's printing up the circuits at a microscopic scale. And then when you rinse it off after each step, the reason you can't have any minerals in the water is that it would have potentially a reaction with the stuff that's on the wafer. So it starts pure silicon, and then you use light and chemicals and etching and planing to print these circuits. But it's at such a small scale that even some of the minerals that are in our tap water would contaminate or throw off the process. And that's why we clean it up to ultra pure. And that's where a lot of our investments have been on the reduction side to improve the efficiency of that process of how much water can how much water do you save as you're purifying it, and then that's what we use. And on the back end, we take out anything in the water and then put some good stuff back in before we are able to discharge it. And although it's treated as industrial wastewater, the water that comes out the back end is very, very clean.
Along that water quality question, Anya, historically, about 54 years ago, your Cleveland plant had to draw water from the Cuyahoga River when the water quality was pretty crummy for use in industrial processes. And I'm curious now with the recent monsoons that have overwhelmed stormwater systems, agriculture, large stormwater runoff events have basically made the Cuyahoga River a Willy Wonka chocolate brown. And I'm just curious, in this era of climate change, global warming, if you all are saying, oh man, we're having to, we're seeing this showing up in our source water out of our Cleveland operations, and what are you having to do to deal with that?
It's a good question. I haven't heard, of specific issues arising. I mean, we have our own water treatment systems, but I guess that just hasn't risen yet as something of concern.
I'll throw a completely unrelated comment onto that, but Anheuser-Busch, and you mentioned them, one of our original members of the Ohio Water Partnership. I was talking to them about some water quality issues similar to what you're getting at, and they were talking about the plant they have, the original plant that's out on the Mississippi River, and it draws water from 2 different intake pipes that are only about a mile apart. And literally, depending upon the day, the week, the month, and which pipe they're drawing from, they have to pretty much change their whole chemical processing side of how they clean that up before it goes in, because, you know, that beer that they're making there has to taste just like the beer that they're making in Columbus or that they're making somewhere else. So that's not a Cliff's answer, but you know, but from how our company's dealing with, you know, the water that changes drastically these days, it's, you know, it is interesting how they all have to react to it. Well, that wraps our time here, but Ann and Anya and Kevin, thank you so much for being a part of this, and Cleveland State, thank you again for inviting us to be here.
But I would like to now give some time over to one of our supporters of the center, longtime supporter of the center. So as our provost opened this morning and explained, the Center for Economic Development is an EDA university center, and we are very happy to have that designation, not only for the university, but for the region and the connections that it makes, very much like today's conference. And I would like to give some time over to EDA to provide some overview of what's happening in the state, the direction that the Economic Development Administration is going, maybe some programs that are currently open, running, planned, that are coming up. So Ellen Hines is here with us today. She is the statewide representative from EDA and the U.S. Department of Commerce to the state of Ohio. Welcome, Ellen.
Great, thank you so much, Molly. Just pull up my slides here. Just kidding, the last 5 minutes, so you guys be free to go here shortly. Good afternoon, everybody. I want to, as Molly said, I'm Ellen Hines. I'm the EDR for Ohio. We're part of the Chicago Regional Office, which includes 6 states around us. And I want to really thank Molly and Cleveland State. The work they do as a university center so often is quiet and behind the scenes. I mean, they do a lot of great things that we know about as well, but they really are very focused on serving communities and truly having not only the community, the students, but all of their partners as their main focus. We had great panels today. Molly, you also did an excellent job coordinating this and organizing everything. Very interesting. Really enjoyed the dialogue, especially from the private sector and all of the exciting things going on in regards to the blue water economy. Some of you may or may not know, but my background is split almost completely in thirds in economic development, education and workforce development, and in manufacturing. I've actually helped launch a couple of new sites, so it's really my bread and butter. It's where a lot of my heart and passion is to see manufacturing grow and thrive in the area. So if you haven't had much experience with EDA, our complete focus is on private sector job creation, job retention, and investment within that arena. So if you apply to EDA funds, you've got to be a public partner, nonprofit partner, university partner, but we're always looking for those higher paying, high quality jobs for the benefit of our projects. So I'll get to just a couple of our still open funding opportunities, but I really want to also pay attention and note today the regionalism that came out. There are a lot of exciting things that have gone on in Ohio, not only since the University Center designation to Cleveland State in 1985, but with all of our economic development districts, university partners, and a lot of the new regional CEDs that have been completed. If you didn't know, pre-pandemic, Ohio only had about a third of the state covered by regional comprehensive economic development strategies, which compared to the states around us, really didn't highlight, I think, the focus of what we wanted as a state in the long-term vision. So within the last 2 years, Ohio really seized the opportunity of additional CARES Act and ARPA funds, and we funded 6 regional CEDs. So we went from a state of only having about a third of the state covered by regional CEDs funded by EDA to over 90%. So 82 out of the 88 counties have either recently completed a regional CEDs or have one in process right now, which I think is awesome. So that, obviously that changes the landscape in a number of ways, not only adding to the collaboration that's going on, but also, as we talked about earlier, unlocking some additional federal funding sources. EDA has a number of national competitions. As you know, we had Build Back Better, Good Jobs Challenge. Recently, the Tech Hubs has closed, but I know there are a lot of applications probably that have come in from the region. And also now Recompete is also a current funding national competition that's open, which closes October 5th. And then we also have money under our Public Works and Economic Adjustment Assistance programs, and that money flows through our Chicago Regional Office, so it funds projects like water lines, sewer lines, wastewater treatment plants, workforce development centers, roadway projects, and we can even fund some plans for feasibility studies, industry sector analysis studies, and even recovery coordinators. So a lot of great projects have been funded over, obviously over the decades, but certainly the volume of projects that we've funded in Ohio has gone up tremendously. So if you do maybe know of somebody or might have a project in mind, please don't hesitate to reach out to myself or Molly. My contact information is on the EDA website. I'd also recommend that you go to eda.gov and sign up for the newsletters. It really will give you a great snapshot of some of the projects that are getting funded across the United States. Also will give you updates on Tech Hubs, Recompete programs, and some of the new projects that are coming out. And I think that's about it. Again, I want to thank so much Molly and Cleveland State, your entire team, for putting this together today. We see a lot of wonderful forward momentum, not only in this part of the state, but all across Ohio and the region. So thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. It's really a privilege to have someone from EDA with us here today. I would also like to give the Cleveland Water Alliance and Brian an opportunity, should he wish, he'll pass. Yeah. Oh, he's been here with us all day. But so one of the things I really want to reiterate for everybody, whether it's going to be on video or you're still here with us in person, is that none of this happens just because of Cleveland State. And the ethos of the Levin College is around service to the community and partnership. And so the only reason this was a great day was because of our community partners who helped us pull these panels together, who have great relationships in the spaces that they work in, and who saw the value in bringing that to Cleveland State. And that is not necessarily reflective of me, but everybody in this building who has worked over the years in Cleveland and Ohio. And so I would really like to thank our partners for today and the work that you're doing. When I, again, said at the beginning of this that there were impressive group of experts and it was going to be very interesting discussions, it was also very thoughtful. And one of the things that I am walking away with today is a sense of the commitment that folks have to helping the state of Ohio craft a water strategy, to continuing to do great work in the organizations and areas that they're already operating, and hopefully they will continue to reach out and work with Cleveland State so that we can provide what the resources and expertise that we have here, not just in Levin, but across the university, to help make some of these things happen. So I will end with saying that my hope is that you also view the university as a resource, whether that's related to research, data, workforce, facilitation, or community engagement.